No, I'm only 5 short. Whoa! Yay! 4. Hello, John Tibio. Hi, hi, hi. I'm Mm. I am Madcat79 Scotia here on Twitch or Katie Marshall 4340 over on the YouTube. I'm a disabled Scottish Marxist who is disabled. Uh, I I talk politics, especially about health, disability, and benefits, and other assortedness. Welcome, welcome. I will wait to see if anyone else comes in. That is quite a placard that lovely wheelchair user has. Benefit cuts, kill. Hashtag taking the piss. Thank you so much. Very kind. Oh, give me a second. I will link my Discord. It is numpty woman over there, by the way. John Gaming, you. Discord. Numpty woman server. Invite. Copy link. Give me my chat back. Well, there we go. Link to Discord. It's 3 different names I've got. But it is numpty women over there. I keep on meaning to set up my gaming channel for game suggestions or any tips on the games I already have. So, so, Num. I am rocking summer fruits today. I was rocking orange and mango, but I finished that one. It's Robinson's, a smaller bottle. This one's fucking big. I do like my citrus. Num num num. Welcome, welcome. I wasn't getting burnt alive, thank God. It was 16 or 17 up here, and it's been raining since about 6 p.m. So we got spared. Further south than me, they were getting baked alive. I feel for them. I hope everyone stayed hydrated and used Factor 50. We'll probably get it again at some point. And at that point, I am buying all the ice in Glasgow. No one else can get it. I need it. Dear God. Just tim it all in the bath. Don't care if I seize up like a fucking snowman or anything. Ah, this is from The Guardian, by the way. The supposedly left-wing paper. Centrist mostly. It did used to be left-wing back in the 80s. But then she was around, so there was a lot more left-wing papers back then. Still got the Socialist Worker going at least, and the Digger, which is good. God, it's been ages since I've read the Digger. Hmm. Let's start, shall we? Extra cost of being disabled in the UK to rise by almost 12% in 5 years, says Scope, the disability charity. Estimate by Disability Charity published on eve of MP's vote on restricting welfare payments for new claimants. Monstrous. Screw you, Labour. You are scum. I am lucky. I am up here in Scotland. Hopefully, my benefit is safe. Plus, I'm getting a hell of a lot more than I did under PIP. I got basically put on a shelf by the coalition and Tory government because they are also scum. The extra cost of being disabled is on course to rise by almost 12% to £14,688 in 5 years before the end of the Parliament, basically. According to a new estimate published on the eve of a controversial vote, to restrict welfare payments for new claimants. A threatened rebellion by more than 120, that's changed now. Labour backbenchers forced the government into a last-minute climb down too little too late, fuck off, on its welfare bill by exempting claimants to planned cuts in personal independent payment, England's main disability payment. I'm not entirely sure, but they were transferring all the PIP, like all the Scottish people who were on PIP, they were all getting moved up out of Caxton House's fucking mitts. But about 50 of those, 52, by the way, but 52 of those rebels are still known to be concerned. I'm not entirely sure if it's went up. It might have went up, but when I read this story this morning, it was 52 because I'm one of the political nerds that checks all the political headlines and stuff for my stream and for just to make me insane. But 52 of those rebels are still known to be concerned that this concession could create a two-tier system. It will, obviously, where existing and new claimants are treated differently. So someone who has the same issues as I do, but are going through the process right now of getting the claim, going through the claim for personal independence payment, they'll get treated differently from me. Scummy. It is disgusting. And if anyone has the same issues as me, solidarity and much sympathy. My health is a roller coaster. The new figures produced by the Disability, who is here? Rejoice. Some random geek is lurking in the void. Watch out for the tardigrades geek. The new figures produced by the disability equality charity Scope will fuel fears of a growing disparity between these two sets of claimants as the cost of living rises. It's disgusting. Its annual disability price tag report estimates that the extra cost facing disabled people currently stands at £1,095 per month. That's a lot of money. Up from last year's price tag of £1,010. So it's went up by £85 in the space of a year. The top of the hearing aids, things to, if you can work, go into work, specialist glasses if you're blind or nearsighted, filters for screens, ergonomic keyboards, proper chairs and shit like that. Mobility cars as well, which the claimant has to pay for. They keep on forgetting to fucking say that. Or for people like me, I need back support, I need wrist braces, knee braces, ankle braces, and heat sprays like Belgical Deep Heat or Deep Freeze. Well, Deep Freeze hurts me. Things of that nature. Better food for my IBS. Healthy food's fucking expensive, but we do try our best. And my super hubby has got that name for a reason. The man is a genius. Based on the Family Resources Survey and forecast from the OBR, the report estimates this monthly cost will climb to £1,224 by the financial year 2029-30. It means disabled people will be facing an effective annual surcharge of almost £15,000 by the end of the decade and the end of this parliament to live at the same standard as non-disabled people. The figures factor in the extra cost disabled people face, trust me, I can talk, including higher electricity bills to power medical equipment, CPAP machines, electronic nebulizers so they can breathe, adapted bathrooms, cost of moving to either a back and front door, those stairs, stuff like that. The electricity costs as well, or gas costs if you still got it. Gas central heating to keep you warm if it gets fucking cold. And a suite of other things, obviously, because there is a wealth of disabilities out there that people have to contend with on a daily basis. It wasn't just Granny they were going to be freezing, stuffing the on their fuel allowance. It was disabled people who need extra heat. I forget to mention that the Tories, when they were saying you can't got that. Yeah. Fucking shut it. There's disabled people in this fucking grouping as well, by the way. Scum, all of them. The biggest factor in extra cost disabled people face, including higher electricity bills to power medical equipment, or extra heating bills associated with health conditions affected by the cold. I have arthritis and osteoporosis. Scope points out that benefits cover less than half of these extra costs, and in some cases it only covers about a quarter at times. With benefits, the monthly shortfall is currently sitting at £630 and is set to rise to £704 in 5 years. So that is £74 rise, the report estimates. James Taylor, the Executive Director of Strategy at Scope, said the figures show that government concessions on PIP must go further. Mr. Taylor, I don't think that's going to be happening, because Liz Kendall is a monster. She doesn't give a fuck about us. She wants us all back into work. Just trying to fucking force me. I'd be a hazard. He said, quote, life costs an enormous amount more when you're disabled. Correct. Our latest analysis finds the price tag of disability is now £1,095 a month, a figure only set to increase in the coming years unless action is taken. Stop this fucking bill. The concessions put forward by government will just create a two-tier system where huge numbers of disabled people face the disability price tag with little or no support from PIP. Because some people will not meet the requirements because they're changing the way the assessments work as well. Delightful. The government must change course. Don't hold your breath. On these catastrophic cuts now and properly co-produce with disabled people. They blocked us to begin with. They keep on forgetting to say that, funny enough. On how to reform our welfare system. Don't come after disabled people. That might be an idea. Another extra cost. Taxes. The government's original package, first presented in March, included restrictions on eligibility for PIP payments, as well as cutting the health-related element of universal credit, which gets paid to Super Hubby so he can look after me because he's my full-time carer. So that part of the money coming into our household might get affected. It more than likely will, come to think of it. While all the universal credit and personal independence payment bill applies to England and Wales, only the UC changes apply up here. The bill includes equivalent provisions to legislate in Northern Ireland, so that's Stormont. I'm not quite sure of the system over in Northern Ireland. I keep on meaning to ask my friends who live over there. Oh God, a government spokeswoman. A government spokesperson said, and quote, we're delivering one of the biggest packages of welfare reforms in a generation. Yes, we know. Including scrapping the work capability assessment, not until 2029, by the way. Rebalancing universal credit. And investing in tailored employment support. You're reducing the amount of money and how people can apply for access to work. So that's like stuff for disabled people to go into the workforce. Like hearing aids, special filters, economic heroes, blah, 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 blah. Extra money for taxes if need be. Protecting people is a principle we'll never compromise on. Fuck off, that's what you're doing. Which is why we are delivering long-lasting and meaningful change that puts the welfare system on a sustainable footing. Austerity. So the safety net will always be there for those who need it. We all need it. We all need it. We're restoring trust and fairness in the system. Just fucking say it, right? We're protecting taxpayers' money. Fuck off. Those people who get PIP, who work, you're taking tax money from them as well. Ensuring existing PIP claimants will be able to keep their award and putting the voice of sick or disabled people at the heart of our plans. No, you're not. Fuck off. Whilst ramping up support to help them into work. Some of us can't work. Some of us would be a hazard in the workplace. Some of us will get even more disabled going back into work. You should have included the charities before March. Yep, that's it. They're scum. They are totally scum. Look, screw you, Labour, and screw you, Liz Kendall. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, little news. What's up? Someone stupid. Ugh. Look at that face. That is all I will see. Labour MPs press Liz Kendall on rollout of benefit changes. Let's see if we can get some base quotes from some of the backbenchers who are not going to vote for this fucking scumfuckery. Kate Wannell. Okay, Kate Wannell. Work and Pensions Secretary Liz Kendall has faced repeated questions from Labour MPs over the rollout of changes to the benefit system as the government attempts to defuse a backbench rebellion. Stay strong, my backbenchers, please. I've got a funny feeling my Labour MP is going to vote for this travesty of a bill. We'll find out. I don't know when the vote will be. I will check. I have a GP appointment at 2 o'clock. So hopefully the debate will be going on then, and I'll get back for the vote, hopefully. And I'll tell you all. I might even find fucking video for it and show it to you all and give my own commentary about it, obviously. As part of a U-turn last week, the government said stricter eligibility criteria for getting the Personal Independence Payment, or PIP, would only apply to those claiming after November 2026. We are not prognosticators. We do not have a crystal ball. We do not have a diviner. We cannot look into the future. We do not know what is going to happen to us. Might be nice if we do. It also promised a review into the assessment process in partnership with disability organisations, due to be completed by autumn 2026. Okay. But many Labour backbenchers questioned the rationale for making changes to the qualifying criteria before the review was finished. Good point, Labour backbenchers. Kendall said any recommendations from the review to be led by Disability Minister Stephen Timms would be implemented as soon as possible following its completion. It's not fucking starting until next year. You're doing this legislation now. They're scum. They're utter scum. She added that the Timms review would not be driven by any objective of making savings. Lies. Lies. Adding, it's about making sure that this really vital benefit is fair and fit for the future. PIP assessments involve questions about tasks like preparing and eating food, washing and getting dressed. Each is scored from 0 for no difficulty to 12 for the most severe. Oh God, the rugby player. Amputees have went through this and they've never got the full 12 points. I've never had 12 points. I've had a few 4-point ones. 4 categories, I think, 4 different sections. Oh no, that was up here. So I got 4 points 4 times for my adult disability payment claim for up here. Well, it wasn't really a claim, got transferred up. And they reviewed it. It took them a couple of months. Damn sight quicker than what Caxton House does. I don't know how many people actually got 12 points in one section. I'm glad. I'm lucky. I got 4. I've got 4 points for this one. I got 2 4 points for my PIP assessment. 2 of them, because I got mobility issues, so I need help getting washed and dressed. And because of my wrist and finger issues, my super hubby cuts up my meal. Well, obviously he doesn't cut up my soup or stews or something, but he cuts everything up for me because my dexterity is short. Under the government's proposed system, new claimants would have to score at least 4 points from one activity to qualify for the benefit, instead of qualifying for support across a broad range of tasks. I can't remember how many different sections there is. It's a good few. anything that needed written, super happy done for me. I thought it's a tick box thing. Ooh, things are happening. Hello, anarchist NPG. Welcome. Depends what kind of political music it is. Yeah, I have to be careful though. Depends on what band or musician it is. I have most of my copyright claims and my strikes have been through using my YouTube music. Hmm. Hello, I am MadCat79 Scotty I, a disabled Scottish Marxist. Have I done React? I may have done a couple of React to like streamers and stuff and video essayists and shit like that. I cover disability, health, and benefits issues, other political content as well. Oh, that should be fine. Anything that's over like a decade old should be okay. That's my Discord up there. Go and join it and put it into I don't have a music channel set up yet. Just put it in general. Okay. Debbie Abrams, chair of the Working Pensions Committee. So that Debbie Abrams, chair of the Working Pensions Committee, said, if this is being truly co-produced with disabled people in their organisations, the review should determine both the new process, the new points, and the new descriptors, and we shouldn't predetermine it at 4 points. Yeah, just put it in general. That's the easiest one to do. The Discord's a little bit basic at the minute. I do a lot of research and stuff. So I forget to do stuff on my Discord. It will get better. It'll be incremental. That is a good point, Debbie Abrams. Oh God, Meg Hillier. Treasury Committee, Dame Meg Hillier. She in the other place. Me thinks she's from the other place. Ask Kendall for the rationale for settling on those 4 points in one category prior to the Timms review. Good point. Another Labour MP, Sarah Owen, asked, what is the logic of making changes to future claimants before producing the Timms review? Fucking good point. Following the debate in Parliament, Labour MP Conor Naismith said the Timms review would not be implemented ahead of the cut-off point for protection under the current system, and for that reason he would not be able to support the government on measures without reassurance. Are you one of the 52? Conor Naismith. Yay. Vote it down. The shitfuckery of the highest order. The government was forced into a climb down, too little too late, after more than 120 Labour, 127 by the way, backbenchers, including Dame Meg Hillier and Debbie Abrams, threatened to block the Universal Credit and Personal Independence Payments Bill. which means they'll be voting against the party line. Ministers had hoped concessions made last week had reassured MPs, fuck off, not all of them, although around, stop saying that, it's 52, you fuckers. Although 52 Labour MPs are still expected to oppose the bill on Tuesday when the initial vote will take place. Based. It would take 83 Labour backbenchers, please, along with other opposition parties to defeat the government. The Tories are probably going to vote against it because it doesn't go far enough, because they are monsters. The SNP will vote, there's 9 SNP by the way, they will vote, they're more than likely going to vote against it, but they think it's too harsh. Funny that. Manfred probably thinks it's not harsh enough because he's a Thatcherite scumbag. Speaking in Parliament, Kendall said she had listened carefully, fucking doubt that, and was making positive changes as a result. No, you're not. No, you're not. No. As a result of changes to the bill, no existing claimant would be pushed into poverty, because we're already in fucking poverty, you bitch. She also defended the need for the bill, telling MPs that the government had inherited a system that was failing on all fronts. Yeah, austerity kind of fucking does that. It hits the most disenfranchised and the poorest in the community, which is usually disabled people. Over 330,000 excess deaths because of austerity. Fuck off, Gideon, and fuck off, IDS. Oh my god, they actually used it. The welfare state must be fair both for those who need support and for taxpayers. Fuck off. Fuck yous. So it is sustainable for generations to come. The government had initially estimated its plans would save around $5 billion by 2030. That is peanuts. That is vanishingly small compared to other government spending. So fuck off. From the growing welfare bill, just fuck it. Get rid of it. During the statement, Kendall confirmed the government's concessions would cost $2.5 billion by 2030. Tiny amount of money. Rejoice, comrades, Linton is here. Hi, Linton. Great to see you. This is BBC reporting on what's happening in House of Commons. Liz Kendall is a fucking monster. Oh God, not again. Conservative shadow working pension secretary Helen Watley said the government had produced a rushed and chaotic compromise, too little too late, so fuck off, which would save $2.5 billion from a $100 billion bill. Shut up, you Tory. Just fuck off. Your party is effectively dead. Just shut up. She said savings could be made by increasing the number of assessments carried out face to face. Yay! Forcing disabled people to get to some of the most inaccessible parts of their city for these stupid fucking assessments. And tackling the rising claims for common mental health problems such as anxiety and depression. Those two can be fucking crippling, by the way. The physically disabled people also have these issues. Helen. Oh, God. Tory leader Kenny Badenoch later confirmed her party would be voting against the bill, arguing it did not offer serious welfare reform. See, not going far enough. You have to mince the disabled people quicker. Seriously, these people are fucking monsters. Lib Dem spokesman Steve Darling said the cost of the benefit system was skyrocketing. Shut up. Balancing the books on the backs of the poor was wrong-headed. Oh, right. Oh, no, it's being based. Is wrong-headed in the extreme. Thank you, Steve Darling. That's good. Yes. Tax wealth, not work. Be more than 100 billion you can get off of the bastards. Some MPs raised concern that a two-tier system would be created if the government restricted eligibility for new claimants. It's three-tier. Can you hear us? Kendall defended the move, arguing that the benefit system often protects existing claimants from new rates or new rules because lives have been built around that support, and it is often very hard for people to adjust. Anyone, and I repeat, anyone can get a disability. Oh, yeah, yeah. Praise be Gary. Kind of protects capitalism, but yeah, he's a decent enough egg. Earlier in the day, the government produced new modelling estimating that around 150,000 would be pushed into poverty by 2030. Be more than that, by the way, as a result of the welfare cuts. Lower than the 250,000 predicted before the government's U-turn. That 250,000 was low. That was the lower estimate, by the way. A Downing Street spokesman said the modelling doesn't reflect the full picture and was subject to uncertainty. That's what you put us in. We're all fucking scrabbling now. Thanks. Causing us extra anxiety and panic. Yeah, well, Citibank's best trader came from a working class background. At least he's using it for good now. Yeah. Oh, go out and check out Gary's Economics. Gary Stevenson. Just you can either put Gary's Economics or Gary Stevenson into YouTube. His videos are quite good. What it doesn't reflect is the wider action we're taking to lift people out of poverty and raise living standards. You're not fucking doing that, especially through work. Bleh. Have you? Nice one, Linton. Good. Let's see what else. Let's go to fuel coverage. Let's see what other things I can find to actually make myself rage fueled. Yeah, they do, don't they? That's the McSweeney effect, methinks. Oh God, what's that? We need radically to reform the welfare system. We have to support the makers, those who work hard, generate wealth, create jobs, and deliver vital public services. Fuck off, Kemi. You want to throw us all in the wood chipper, so fuck off. Your party dead. Good thing. Oh, Pepper's been busy. Yeah, basically covered it. Let's see. Let's go to general. General. Let's go it. Okay, I can get that. Where are we? I'll be fine if you say, Anarchist NPT, if you're still here, I won't get copyright claimed. Oh, sharp. Yeah, we know it's Loki. Fine.
But kill a walk from the Middle East, you're a hero. Your country is causing screams that never reach your ear holes. America inflicted 1,000,000 ground zeros. So, we must ask ourselves, what is the dictionary definition of terrorism?
Can everyone hear the song? I will give you my
The
reaction
systematic use of terror, especially as a means of coercion. But what is terror? According to the dictionary I hold in my hand, terror is violent or destructive acts, such as bombing, committed by groups in order to intimidate a population or government into granting their demands. So what's a terrorist? They calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. When they put it on me, I tell them this, I'm all about peace and love. They calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. Insulting my intelligence. Oh, how these people judge. It seems like the the ragheads and packies are worrying your dad, but your dad's favourite food is curry and kebab. It's funny but it's sad how they make your mummy hurry with her bags. Rather read the Sun and study all the facts. Tell me, what's the bigger threat to human society? BAE systems or homemade IEDs, remote control drones, killing off human lives, or man with homemade bomb committing suicide. I know you were terrified when you saw the towers fall. It's all terror, but some forms are more powerful. It seems nuts. How could there be such agony when more Israelis die from peanut allergies? It's like the definition didn't ever exist. I guess it's all just dependent who your nemesis is. Irrelevant how eloquent the rhetoric peddler is. They're telling fibs now. Tell us who the terrorist is. They calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. They calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. Insulting my intelligence. Oh, how these people judge. Was democracy, Mossadegh was democracy,
yeah,
was
it's really good.
Hypocrisy, it bothers me.
I haven't
Terrorists, if you don't want to be a colony, refuse to bow down to a policy of robbery. It's terrorism, my lyrics. When more Vietnam vets killed themselves after the war than dying in it, this is very basic. One nation in the world has over 1,000 military bases. They say it's religion, when clearly it isn't. It's not just Muslims that oppose your imperialism. It's Hugo Chavez a Muslim? Nah, I didn't think so. Is Castro a Muslim? Nah, I didn't think so. It's like the definition didn't ever exist. I guess it's all just dependent who your nemesis is. Irrelevant how eloquent the rhetoric peddler is. They're telling fibs now. Tell us who the terrorist is. Calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. When they put it on me, I tell them this. I'm all about peace and love. They calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. Insulting my intelligence. Oh, how these people judge. You think that I don't know, but I know. You think that we don't know, but we know. We screwed in 7 terrorism. Now no third man terrorism. Diego Garcia was terrorism. I am conscious, the conscious with terrorism. Phosphorus that burns hands, that is terrorism. Erdogan and Stern gang, that was terrorism. What they did in Hiroshima was terrorism. What they did in Fallujah was terrorism. Mandela ANC, that was terrorism. Jerry Adams IRA, that was terrorism. Eric Prince Blackwater was terrorism. Oklahoma McVeigh, that was terrorism. Every day USA, that is terrorism. Every day UK, that is terrorism. Every day, every day, every day, every day, every day, every day, every day. Yeah.
Aren't you honest?
You think that we don't know what we do.
Nice one, Wilkie.
Good evening, Ahmed.
Infidel.
Oh, good.
You're a terrorist.
Yes, I am a terrorist.
What kind of terrorist?
A terrifying
She's like over.
terrorist. Silence! I kill you!
I remember clearly. Oh god, did I get copyright claimed? If I showed any of that, any of this stuff. Probably. Are those people terrorists? I couldn't possibly say. Right. Make it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Let's see what I've got in my watch later. Shall we? I have no idea what I've put in here today. Been a bit busy. Oh, we've got Danny Phantom. Okay. If any YouTube chatters come by, I will come back and say hi. But let's go and see. Watch later here. Playlists. Watch later. They are indeed. Ah, motherfucker. Oh, fuck off. God damn it. There we go. Put it up. Go.
Right, so the BBC has blown it yet again in a farce all of its own design, tucking itself under the bus, you might say, because it's only when they get that low to the ground that the Israel lobby apparently gets off their back, acquiescing to it instead of standing up to it. Once considered the envy of the broadcasting world nationwide, supposedly the gold standard in journalistic integrity, the BBC now feels more like a risk-averse bureaucracy than the fearless voice of truth it once claimed to be. It prides itself on impartiality, but when it comes to Israel and Palestine, that impartiality often looks suspiciously like cowardice and complicity, to the point even the staff are apparently in revolt. In its rush to avoid offending the pro-Israel critics who can never be placated, the BBC has found itself in the absurd position of commissioning powerful journalism only to panic when it gets delivered and bury it once it gets too close to uncomfortable truths. And it has done this now not once but twice, making it all the worse for themselves. The latest debacle, though, its cancellation of the documentary Gaza Doctors Under Attack, a searing expose of Israel's bombing of healthcare workers, has been the final straw for many. And as Channel 4 steps in to broadcast this very film that the BBC decided didn't meet their editorial guidelines, we're left with an obvious truth now, that the BBC has become more afraid of criticism than it is committed to the truth. Does it not? Right, so the BBC is yet again self-owning itself. Yes, yet again they're doing it, getting battered entirely justifiably by a growing storm of criticism over its Israel-Gaza coverage, even from within the BBC itself at that. The latest scandal has stemmed from its decision to cancel the airing of what is expected to be a truly powerful piece of documentary film called Gaza Doctors Under Attack, that the BBC had itself commissioned but has been stalling for months. The film is a harrowing expose of Israel's bombardment of Palestinian healthcare workers and hospitals and how medical facilities are coping during the genocide. But as a result of the BBC's cowardice, it has now been picked up by Channel 4, exposing a gulf in not only editorial courage between the two networks, but how if Channel 4 feels the programme is entirely in keeping with editorial standards in the UK, why doesn't the BBC? The BBC's mishandling of the Israel-Gaza conflict has now entered an unprecedented phase of scrutiny, both internally and externally. Reports state that BBC staff have revolted over the poor attitude towards impartiality with this issue of Israel and Gaza. Audiences have continued to choose to get their news elsewhere as truth in the BBC continues to erode. And mainstream critics have begun to echo what Palestinian advocates have long argued, that the BBC has become an apologist for Israeli aggression, adopting language and editorial decisions that sanitize war crimes and marginalize Palestinian narratives. This bias has been documented over many years, though. It's not a recent development. For example, during Israel's last war on Gaza, the so-called Operation Protective Edge in 2014, the BBC received thousands of complaints from the public over what was being perceived as one-sided coverage. Protests erupted outside Broadcasting House, with critics accusing the BBC of ignoring the disproportionate civilian toll on Palestinians, more than 2,000 people having been killed during that event, 70% of them, of course, having been civilians. But rather than adjusting to the public's demand for balanced journalism, the BBC appears to have retreated further into its editorial defensiveness, now just as it did then. When Channel 4 announced that it would be airing Gaza Doctors Under Attack, set to be broadcast on the 2nd of July at 10 p.m, it triggered a backlash against the BBC that had already been building in the wake of Glastonbury. The BBC were already in a mess. As many of you will now be aware, the broadcaster found itself in very hot water for broadcasting Bob Villan's incendiary performance where he called for death to the IDF and is very much standing by that statement, all whilst simultaneously cancelling the broadcast of Northern Irish rap trio Kneecap Slot due to the court case alleging support for terrorism as a result of them holding a flag up, a charge the police have now dropped, as it happens, as of last night. The BBC's actions reflect not impartiality, but rather a deep discomfort with Palestinian solidarity and a persistent fear of offending Israel or its defenders. Bob Villan's on-stage shout of death to the IDF during a charged Glastonbury performance was met with a firestorm of media outrage. Right-wing tabloids calling for censure. How dare we put up with this sort of thing? Snowflakes, you might call them. They're rather fond of using that word against lefties, aren't they? And pro-Israel organisations have accused the BBC of endorsing hate speech through it. Yet in the aftermath, many pointed out the BBC's hypocrisy. It had previously denied Kneecap a broadcast due to fears their anti-Israel message would offend. Yet now found itself under fire from the same pressure groups for allowing Bob Villan's broadcast. The broadcaster's inconsistent decisions suggest not neutrality, but panic-stricken censorship, driven more by political calculation than any semblance of journalistic judgment. The documentary in question was produced by Basement Films and had undergone all BBC editorial processes. They had commissioned this investigation, it passed their fact-checking, it was in line with the BBC's own broadcasting guidelines, we are told. It was all ready to air, and yet it was pulled time after time, with the corporation citing concerns about impartiality. This, critics argue, was not about fairness or about accuracy, but about optics and appeasement. Internal sources revealed that BBC bosses justified the cancellation by pointing to the controversy surrounding a previous Gaza documentary, that being Gaza: How to Survive a War Zone, narrated as that was by children, but the BBC ended up getting it in the neck from the Israel lobby then as well, because one of the child narrators happened to be the son of the Hamas Deputy Minister for Agriculture, a politician therefore, Hamas being the legitimate Gaza government after all. Staff were left seething when it emerged that this reasoning was, at best, a smokescreen. The delay and eventual shelving of Doctors Under Attack was not due to editorial shortcomings because none existed. As I said, it passed all screenings. Therefore, it can only be down to fear. Fear of backlash from pro-Israel lobbyists and their political allies. The backlash within the BBC has been extraordinary. Journalists have described a moral crisis at the heart of the newsroom. Many now believe that senior management is not only out of touch, but their editorial mission is actively undermining it. According to Middle East Eye, staff have accused bosses of moral cowardice and warned the BBC that they are hemorrhaging their credibility. The BBC's pro-Israel bias is not just an occasional lapse either, but appears to be a structural issue too. A consistent criticism centres on how the broadcaster frames violence in Gaza. Israeli casualties are described with emotional, humanising detail. For example, a father of 3 was killed in a Hamas rocket strike. But in contrast, Palestinian deaths are often relayed as just statistics. 22 people died in an airstrike, as if they suddenly spontaneously combusted or passed away from some mysterious means all of a sudden. Can't imagine how it happened. Where did that come from? Even the grammar betrays the bias. Active voice for Israeli deaths, passive voice for Palestinian ones. Language matters. The BBC refers to Israeli bombing campaigns as strikes without acknowledging their human toll, and labels Palestinian resistance as terrorism while describing Israeli military action as defensive. Terms like occupation or apartheid or genocide are avoided or actively censored. Multiple presenters have shut down guests who have dared to use the word genocide to describe the Israeli assault on Gaza, despite that being what it is, despite growing consensus amongst human rights experts that that term could not be more appropriate. This kind of language laundering, if you like, bears out the BBC's moral cowardice. The BBC has been repeatedly targeted by powerful pro-Israel lobbying groups such as the UK Lawyers for Israel, the Board of Deputies of British Jews, the Campaign Against Anti-Semitism. These organisations vigilantly monitor BBC content, branding any criticism of Israeli policy, no matter what it is, as anti-Semitic, regardless of context or accuracy. Internal leaks have confirmed that BBC editors have adjusted headlines and pulled content after receiving complaints from such groups or political figures. Within this climate, the BBC's decision to shelve a documentary critical of Israel's war conduct is not seen as isolated, but part of a broader pattern of lobbying-driven censorship. This culture of fear has permeated the institution. It seems to be the case that if they show too much of Gaza, they're accused of anti-Semitism, and if they don't, they're accused of whitewashing genocide. And as such, the editorial preference is to do nothing, and therein lies the BBC's problem: paralysis. Rather than risks criticism, it chooses silence, and silence, as I keep banging on about on this channel, is complicity. Palestinian voices are consistently marginalised across BBC programming. When panels discuss Gaza, Israeli spokespeople, Western analysts, and pro-Israel commentators dominate. Palestinian perspectives are tokenised, if included at all. Eyewitness accounts from Gaza are treated with scepticism, while Israeli military statements are reported as fact. This pattern has pushed audiences away and continues to. Younger
And I'm back. My skincare regime. For any skincare regime tips or tricks, very basic ones, feel free to ask. I use Naturally Radiant. It's a Superdrug's own brand. It is bloody awesome. And for the price of pretty much most everything that I've got here that I use on a daily basis, I'd get one of either L'Oreal or Olay. I get like 5 things. It is amazing. It's about the only thing that's not too bad with me. My skin's not too bad, it's quite good. Combination. I very rarely get acne or anything. I do get stress acne and stress nosebleeds, but I haven't had one of those in a while now. I have ways of dealing with stress. My sister has oily skin and she's been plagued with it for most of her life. She gets different stuff for herself. But I have recommended that range to friends and they love it because it is brilliant value and it always gets great reviews.
media literate consumers are abandoning the BBC in droves, turning instead to outlets like Al Jazeera or Democracy Now! Or The Intercept, and citizen journalists on platforms across social media.
I don't trust
These
them.
audiences no longer trust the BBC to provide honest coverage. They see a public broadcaster
I don't trust them. They are using British license fee payers' money. They are meant to be impartial. They are not. They are not. Some of the journalists are okay. Sometimes good. Sometimes. But this editorial line that's coming down from on high, from the trust itself, disgusting. You're meant to report the news, not side with anyone. I can't remember how much the TV licence is. Oh, we're fully paid up, hopefully until the end of their charter, which is 2027, by the way. Then it has to get brought back in by the government for review.
beholden to power and more concerned with preserving its reputation than exposing the truth. The scandal surrounding Gaza doctors under attack has thrown these contradictions into even sharper relief now, though. But Channel 4, another mainstream regulated broadcaster, just like the BBC, perfectly willing to show the film, demonstrates that the issue was never about accuracy or impartiality or guidelines. It was about moral cowardice. Louisa Compton, Channel 4's head of news, made this clear when she said that the network had undertaken its own rigorous fact-checking and stood by the film's editorial integrity. Channel 4, she said, believes in presenting difficult truths, not shying away from them, in what is clearly a swipe at BBC cowardice. So this contrast between two major mainstream UK broadcasters is pretty damning. One choosing silence and self-censorship in appeasement, the other choosing truth and transparency, and challenging those who will dishonestly and depravedly defend Israel no matter what. The decision shames the BBC more than ever before, and before the films even aired. By claiming the film could not be aired due to ongoing reviews of previous content, BBC bosses misled both staff and the public. The documentary was ready, it was vetted, it was broadcastable. It simply made Israel look bad, and that, it seems, is the editorial red line at the BBC now. That red line has left the BBC in a full-blown credibility crisis. Staff rebellion over the film's cancellation is just the latest symptom of a deeper rot. The fallout from Glastonbury, the handling of Kneecap and Bob Villan, and now the surrender of Gaza doctors under attack to a rival network all point to the same conclusion. The BBC no longer knows what it stands for, only that it is running scared of Israel and the self-appointed pro-Israel censors. The fact that the BBC does not own the intellectual rights to the documentary, they were retained by Basement Films, allowed the film to find another platform, and thank goodness for that. Channel 4 saw value and urgency in this project. The BBC saw controversy. Now they're paying the price for that. The contrast is not just editorial, it is moral. Louisa Compton's statement that the risk of appearing biased often comes from avoiding hard truths speaks volumes about the philosophical gulf that has opened up between two of Britain's most prominent broadcasters. One believes in journalism right now as a public duty. The other increasingly sees real journalism as a liability to it. Spineless just isn't a big enough word. This moment could have been a reckoning. Instead, it is a retreat. The BBC had a chance to amplify the voices of doctors risking their lives in Gaza, documenting the horrors of war, and bearing witness to what many humanitarian organisations have called war crimes. Instead, they chose silence, delay, and ultimately abandonment of what I'm sure is going to be a stellar piece of documentary work.
Well done, Channel 4. Second. Either title confused me now. Either tonight or Wednesday night or Thursday night. I can't remember. Oh my god. I've got all four. I could maybe show it on my stream.
This is a story that will not die even if the BBC wishes it would. Channel 4 will now air this documentary, and audiences will finally see what the BBC decided they needed to suppress. This is a victory not just for journalistic integrity, but for every viewer demanding better. And we only have a couple of days to wait and see it for ourselves, don't we? The BBC has not merely failed in its editorial duty, it has betrayed the very values it claims to represent. Its decline is only going to continue as they hide from real news, hide from the work of real journalists in active war zones, risking their lives to get the truth out. In fact, the biggest failing of the BBC of all, in my view, is how those brave journalists are failed, and the risks they take, which have cost so many of them their lives, are being silenced by a BBC too afraid to be criticised for doing what it damn well should be, and telling their stories. Of course, it's not just the BBC who are being consistently shamed for their pro-Israel leanings either. So is Keir Starmer. And it's now got so bad for him, he may be facing an ousting. However, it's less about Israel and Gaza and more about his mistreatment of the disabled and a plan to cut cash to them while spending big on defence that is not going down well with the UK public. Get all the details of that story in this video recommendation here as your suggested next watch. Please do also hit like, share and subscribe if you haven't done so already, so as to ensure you don't miss out on all new daily content, but as spreading the word and helping support the channel at the very same time, which is very much appreciated, holding power to account for ordinary working class people, and I'll hopefully catch you on the next feed. Cheers, folks.
When I saw this, I actually screamed out loud. So, this is, I genuinely think, the biggest clown in the...
Oh, god damn it. Ah, there we go. Right. We'll just wait for a second. I'm not sitting right today at all. My feet have been giving me problems all day because they are bastards. I cannot be arsed. Let's just read this headline before we start the video again. Some author's barrister friend says she was banned by her vet for her gender critical beliefs. But clinic staff say it was because she was rude when told dog was too fat. Certain breeds they develop lots of problems if they're classed as obese. That was the vet clinic saying that your pupper needs to lose weight, Joanne. Your dog will need to maybe lose a few pounds. I don't know what breed it is. If I knew what breed it was, I'd be able to say and tell you what might be the problem. Just roughly, obviously. Let's see, what kind of dog do we think she had? She's Scottish. She has a castle in Edinburgh. Not Edinburgh Castle, obviously, the people of Scotland. Yeah, it's a trust. Yeah, it's a trust. So technically it's for the people of Scotland and any other tourists who want to go and see it. It's up on top of a hill. Technically 3 hills. It is an absolute bastard to get up to that castle. I don't know where hers is though. If I knew what breed it was, I'd be able to say. Let's see. It's probably a smaller breed or a medium-sized breed. Can I see her having a big dog? German Shepherd maybe? They need to be active. So do golden retrievers and labradors. Might be a pug. Or a wee Scottie. Or an Airedale. Bulldog maybe? Poodle? Shih Tzu maybe? They're called yappy ducks up here, by the way, Shih Tzu. Wee yappy duck. She doesn't look like a German Shepherd owner. Might be a golden retriever. In fact, let's see. Give me a minute to Twitch chat. I'll be back momentarily. Oh, it's a wee Westie. Oh, and she's got a Jack Russell. Okay, our West Highland Terrier is called Bronte. And our Jack Russell is named Butch. Oh my god. It's our wee West Highland Terrier. Oh, you can't do that to that poor wee dog. Oh, she adopted a rescued greyhound called Sapphire from a Scottish rescue centre. Oh, oh. So it looks like it's a wee West Highland Terrier that is a bit chonky. Hold on. Ah, fully charged. Yeah, thank you. Oh, there. And this is really quiet.
The gender critical movement, and I think this person tops Graham Linehan. It just, she is just such a fucking joke. So if you haven't heard of this person, this is Alison Bailey. And of course, with all gender criticals, I have to be careful because they do not like being criticised. They have unlimited money and they will sue anyone they can into silence. However, we can read some articles and some direct quotes and have... When I saw this, I actually screamed out loud. So, this is, I genuinely think, the biggest clown in the gender critical movement. And I think this person tops Graham Linehan. It just, she is just such a fucking joke. So if you haven't heard of this person, this is Alison Bailey. And of course, with all gender criticals, I have to be careful because they do not like being criticised. They have unlimited money and they will sue anyone they can into silence. However, we can read some articles and some direct quotes and have genuine opinions based on those things. And if you're American or from another country, you can say what you want about this stupid person. Anyway, J.K. Rowling's barrister friend says she was banned by her vet for her gender-critical beliefs. But clinic staff say it was because she was rude when she was told her dog was too fat. A friend and supporter of J.K. Rowling has claimed she was banned by a vet from their practice due to her gender-critical beliefs. But staff say the real reason was she became rude and difficult after being told her dog was too fat. This is just like the perfect example. Whenever they say, I was banned, I was fired just for saying sex is real, just for having genuinely held gender-critical beliefs, every single time it's because they're a piece of shit and they're rude or difficult or whatever, or just a horrible, abusive, harassing person. They're all like this. Whenever they say this, it's like that one we looked a while ago where they were like, teacher fired for refusing to do pronouns or whatever.
Give me a second.
Refusing to do pronouns or whatever, and then you look.
Oh, you're in Twitch chat.
They were actually downloading private. And then you look into the article and it's like, oh.
Rejoice, comrades, John the Brazen is here. Hi, John. Welcome, welcome. That documentary that the BBC are not going to be showing, but Channel 4 are. Do you remember? It was on Kev chat. Ah, you're in my Discord, aren't you? Silly. If it's something like far right wankery, you can post it in there, or journal will be fine. Or if it's silly about a topic that you can see in my Discord, post it in one of them. It probably won't fit into my philosophy channel. Book recommendations and talks and people on stage talking about stuff, philosophizing, they go in there. But any of the other channels, whack it in there. And I can get it after Katie. Look, Katie. Also Katie, different spelling. Katie and E, Katy. We stand Katie. Katie is good. Oh. Is it on Wednesday? Thanks, John. Fantastic. Oh God, PMQs. Fuck. I've got all 4. So I wanted to do it live. Fuck. Kevin and Helena will be doing PMQs probably 8 or 9. And it usually takes an hour and a half to 2 hours to get through it. Fuck it, I'll do it after that. Thank you kindly, John. Much appreciated. Satire about this whole debacle. Fucking bring it. I've got it on my phone. I set up the account. I'm sure I have, because I remember watching some shit. Kev recommended him. I have forgotten his name. Damn. It's not some random geek. I'll try and remember who it was that Kev recommended ages ago, like. Oh. By Pagan Man.
They were actually downloading private documents about a student and putting them on the internet? Okay, why did you go with misgendering in the headline? Anyway, retired criminal defense barrister. Retired, yeah. Sure that was voluntary. Retired criminal defense barrister Alison Bailey is suing for £25,000. Of course she is. She fucking loves suing people.
And she's a the derogatory term. She's a TERF. Is she one of the ones in that photo, the video that Sean done? I'm sure she is. Okay, retired criminal defence barrister. That means she defended people who were going through the legal process, so whatever crime it was. Is suing for 25 grand after she was expelled from Palmerston Veterinary Group in Walthamstow, North East London, in January 2023, 2 years ago, on the grounds of her unacceptable behaviour. Carry on, fellow Katie.
Fortunately, she's not very good at it. As we will see, was expelled from Palmerston Veterinary Practice in London on the grounds of her unacceptable behaviour. She denies that she lost her temper and shouted, but one employee at the practice said she never had to deal with such a rude client ever. This is what gender critical people are like. They are deeply unlikable people. Like, if you are someone who dedicates your, like, hobby, goal in life, your public persona, your personality to wanting to take away trans people's rights, do you think you're a normal functioning member of society? No. Like we were just talking about with what Stephen Fry was saying about J.K. Rowling. He used to think she was nice and funny, and now she's lost her mind and he thinks that she isn't those things anymore. It's not just that they are unlikable because of their political positions. They're unlikable. That's linked with why they have terrible political positions. Internal email said staff was scared of her and avoided dealing with her whenever possible. They don't write this about emails about you if you're gender critical, if you're a normal person. The vet, I mean, not to stereotype, but every vet I've ever encountered is like the nicest person on earth. You don't dedicate your life to healing animals if you're not a nice person. I mean, I'm sure there are some bad vets, and you know, I've met an incompetent vet before, but never felt the need to shout at them or be rude. Or one time they told me Poppy was overweight, she needed to eat a bit less, and then that's what I wanted because I care about my cat. I didn't start shouting at them because I'm not a piece of shit. The band followed an incident which it is claimed she was rude to a receptionist when she was told the surgery did not currently have flea and worming medication for her dog, at which point she became very angry. You can just get it off the internet. Mrs. Bailey claims there was no justification for the ban. Of course she does. Anyway, what a fucking clown. Here she is with J.K. Rowling. Here she is with her dog. Presumably who's fatter than that, but maybe not. So, to cover my basis here, and to be very clear, we don't know for sure which of these accounts is true. But I personally, in my opinion, would not be surprised if it turned out in court that she is full of shit. I just thought we're just, you know, who the hell is Alison Bailey? Why should I care about this person? Sure, she's friends with J.K. Rowling, but why, you know, maybe you've never heard of her before. She isn't just a nobody. She is, I think one of the one of the leading members of LGBT Alliance, or was at one point. But she has a history of absolute fucking clown behaviour. So I just want to cover her greatest hits, and we have a selection of things here. And I just want to prove to you why I think she is the biggest clown in the gender critical movement. So first of all, this post, unbelievably, is still up from 2020. And just to show what kind of person she is, she says, "This has been one of the most depressing 24 hours I've ever had on gender critical Twitter." Good. To be clear, every woman and girl must know that their sex-based rights will disappear if they do not pay attention and join this struggle. This is so regardless of their skin colour, age, economic status, politics, education, etc. Okay, so wrong, because attacking trans people doesn't actually affect your rights as a cis person at all. However, so far, whatever. She then specifically adds whether they are non-racist, racist, homosexual, or homophobic. That doesn't mean I condone racist or homophobic behaviour. I abhor it. That doesn't mean I have to ally myself with racists or homophobes. That I will not call out such behaviour. Just that I recognise that all women need to know the struggle for women's rights is their struggle too. Why is your struggle the same struggle as the racist struggle? Why did you say, like, I support trans rights?
Make it make sense, please. Seriously, these people just fucking hell.
What are you talking about? When I say, like, I support trans rights, it is true that some trans people are racist and some trans people are homophobic. And when I fight for them having the ability to get a passport, like, yeah, they get a passport, but I'm not going around saying, I am fighting for trans people's rights, and that includes the racist trans people too. I want you to know I support the racist trans people. Like, what are you talking about? Why has this come up? Why is this like your thing? What are you on about? Do we use clear language that alerts all women and girls that was happening about them, or do we say that it's only for the well-educated, feminist, non-racist celebrities? What are you talking about? Why do you keep highlighting the racists? Wait, like, don't forget the racists. We must remember the racists. Do we keep our message clear and welcoming of all females, or do we erect checkpoints? Like, I'm personally, like, I'm not saying that trans people who are racist shouldn't have human rights. I actually think everyone should have human rights, and that's where me and Alison Bailey differ. But I don't think I need to create my message in a way that specifically includes racist trans people. Like, on this show, hopefully it comes across that I'm actually hostile towards racists. I would like to think that if there are any racists in my chat right now, that they should realise that actually I fucking hate them, and I think they should fuck off. Now, if they happen to be trans, I think they should have trans healthcare too. But I don't want to create a welcoming space for them. And the reason I don't want to create a welcoming space for racist trans people isn't just because racists are immoral shit people and racism is a completely nonsense worldview. It's because if I make a message that is welcoming of racist trans people, then trans people who are white people won't feel welcome here. So I'm then specifically creating an environment for racists. Like, this isn't, you can't create an environment that is good for racists and good for people who aren't white people. Like, you can only do one or the other. So if you constantly highlight how you want to make a space for racists, then, like, why are you doing this? Anyway, that was an Alison Bailey classic. Wonderful voice of sense. Thank you for 4 Women in Scotland. Great, good, excellent group. We're so glad that they're a group. Anyway, Alison Bailey, one of her big achievements, man. So she sued Stonewall, in conjunction with a bunch of people. She sued like Stonewall and her chambers and
She sued the chambers she used to work in. Why? Stupid. Why? Why would you do that? Oh, by the way, I know I know a few lawyers. By the way, I'm related to one. It's different down in England. Better legal system. Don't get me wrong, no legal system is fucking perfect. Slightly better up here, in my opinion. You can form your own opinion. If you know of the Scottish legal system, feel free to talk to me about it if you wish. But why would you sue your former either employers or partners? Oh god, yeah, you have to buy into a chamber. So you probably was a partner. Maybe an associate partner. She must know that her former partners are going to be good on this. Why me? Damn it. Your girl's getting reduced. So I can increase the size of the chat. Mini kitty. Look at that. Give me one for the border. Oi, one for the border. Oh, no, wrong one. That's my alert box. Oh, no. That's wrong. Where is it? Give me the border from it. Oh, there's there. Ah, there we go. Hey. Ha! Now I can see the chat. There you go, you've got a mini mad cat. Look at me, I look so titchy. Okay, back to the other Katie. Carry on, Katie.
Garden court chambers and stuff. And the headlines at the time were Alison Bailey awarded £22,000 in discrimination case. How Alison Bailey crushed Stonewall. Its rainbow reign is finally over. If you're around at this time, July 2022, also this when this article was written, this was a big case. Alison Bailey spent £500,000 on legal proceedings against GCC and Stonewall and a bunch of other people, and it was put forward as a win. So she spent, again, £500,000 on this, of course funded by the gender critical movement, and she won £22,000. So obviously a stellar win there. It was over some specific thing where they had written a policy and they hadn't followed it word for word. It was like the minor thing. Just bearing in mind that here Julie Bindel, another gender critical activist, has written the headline, How Alison Bailey Crushed Stonewall, It's a Rainbow Reign is Finally Over. BBC notes a bit lower down that she did lose her case against Stonewall. Anyway, she won, and that's what's important. Alison Bailey crushed Stonewall. And this was the story. At the time, all of the news articles were just talking about how Alison Bailey, this heroic gender critical woman, had fought back against the evil rainbow lobby and crushed them. Alison Bailey is herself gay, I think. Because I think she's part of the LGBT alliance, but importantly, she doesn't like trans people, so she has crushed the Rainbow Reich, or whatever they describe them as. But then, quietly, a little bit later, she appealed her win. So it's like, we have won, we have declared victory, and we're appealing it. So then she appealed this win, crushing Stonewall, a couple of years later, and then lost the appeal. So just this first case cost £500,000, and then they took it to another level, and they won. Don't forget they won. They crushed Stonewall.
We've already posted it.
But then they appealed it and they lost.
Excellent.
So just constantly embarrassing, constant clown behaviour. But there's more. We've still got a few things to cover. So unfortunately, I think this account has been deleted. They've moved to Blue Sky. This is the only relic that I can find that remains. The Midnight Society, I think they're Midnight Pals on Blue Sky as well. They write these weird, kind of surreal stories all the time about various groups of people, including the gender criticals. And they have all these characters for all of them, and they kind of fit with them, and it's quite fun. It's surreal. It's kind of surrealist, worth reading. But there was this one they did. They often do these long threads with 20 or something tweets in it, and all these gender criticals have different ways of talking in them. They said, Rowling, fools! I'm surrounded by fools, because J.K. Rowling talks like a snake whenever they write it. Kathleen Stock says, excuse me, I'm no fool. See? Holding up a comically oversized gag university because
What the? You were a criminal barrister. You've got at least 2, possibly 3, depending on what your area of expertise was. Criminal depends, obviously, depend. People who are going through court cases. You've got investigating, got sent to, will be the CPS thing there, is the procurator for Scotland here. So you've got at least 2. You need an undergrad, you need either being STEM even, or an arts one. Then you do your one for law, which is another 3 or 4 years on top, probably 3. There's 4 up here. So this family member of mine went through 6 years in total for their job. I don't know if it's different down there. I know it's 3-year degrees. It might be 4, with an extra 2 on top to get to be a barrister. I wonder if she was ever in court with Sir Keir. Fools, I'm surrounded by fools. Excuse me, I'm no fool, see, holding up a comically oversized gag university diploma. Alison Bailey, I'll use my legal expertise to stump spaghetti out of briefcase. I don't. Oh, damn it, these people. Oh. Are you on your phone? If it's your phone, the Twitch app is. I think I've probably said something about it in Kev or Kettle in this chat. Probably Raptors as well. Carry on, Katie.
Dr. Stock famously joined that fake university in Texas, and then they with Jordan Peterson, and then didn't do anything. And then Alison Bailey, I'll use my legal expertise. Trips, dumps spaghetti out of briefcase. So they just they write these things all the time. This wasn't. To be honest, they're all about this good. So I do recommend. I always read they're one of the few accounts that writes these long, pointless. I mean, no offense to them, pointless.
So voluntarily putting herself in Slytherin? I took one of those little online quiz things. Apparently, I'd get put into Hufflepuff. Nature loving, the plants and herbs, blah 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 blah. So that's wizard fascists, mostly. Obviously, the Slytherin isn't a monolith, obviously, but it did come out of her head. I couldn't possibly comment on what's inside her head, obviously. But most Scots aren't like her. Yeah.
Threads. I just read every single one. They're all just quite funny. But they came out with this,
so
and the idea of Alison Bailey having spaghetti in a briefcase was quite funny. And so a few people started saying it on Twitter, and when she would write a tweet, people would be they'd just write spaghetti briefcase or something. It was just a little meme. It wasn't this only had less than 700 likes. But it was mentioned a few times, and it became a bit of a meme for the people who know who Alison Bailey is. But then all of a sudden the gender criticals became aware of it, and they got really upset by it because, don't know, but they just. I actually found this screenshot because it was helpfully archived on Mumsnet, which is the staging ground for lots of the gender critical harassment campaigns. In their feminism discussion, yeah, sure. But they were very confused by this and angry about it. But they decided, Alison, I couldn't find this either, unfortunately lost time. Alison quite rightly pointed out that they were attacking her using racist tropes. But like, okay, if Alison Bailey was Italian, perhaps this would be arguably a racist trope. But they try and say, like, this person's even confused why it's racist. And they're like, don't dwell on the thought processes of TRAs. This is like a little side thing. Whenever you read the gender criticals talking, sometimes some of them will come up with things like, oh, like, trans people have pointed out this scientific study. Trans people have made this argument which defeats what I said. And then all of the others will chime in being like, don't think about those illogical, crazy fools. And they don't have answers to it. They just say, trans people are insane, you shouldn't listen to them, and that kind of ends the discussion. Anyway, culty, for sure. But then they argue that it's like a minstrel trope, and it's not anything to do with the fact that, like, this was August of 2022, so this was after she had won her case against Stonewall, and she was already a clown at the stage. Everyone knew that she was an idiot. She was constantly doing these big pronouncements saying that the gender critical should make space for the racists, and winning her case by losing it. So this was, I mean, like, Dr. Stock here is also portrayed as a clown. You just can't argue it, but of course she said it was racist, so then it became this like joke that she thinks she's Italian. Anyway, but then if you scroll back on my channel far enough to whenever this was, 2021. So this was before the spaghetti briefcase, so this adds to her.
Someone just threw a whisper into my garden along with a lemon. I found my dog eating the chocolate, I think in time to have stopped it from killing him. Chocolate is how yeah. Okay. Take your dog to the vet. They can give it an. Can dogs get emetics? Or would it be a laxative? I'm not entirely sure if they can give a mammal. Maybe dogs can get an emetic. Because they don't like it. Pumping your poor dog's stomach. Ooh, poor pupper. I don't get the lemon wedge. I don't get the lemon. I don't understand that one. That's a bit odd. I don't understand that one. What's someone doing chucking away a whisper? Idiots. Maybe they had too big. Or maybe they developed a sudden revulsion towards whisper. Don't know why. Whispers are lovely. I'm more of a Galaxy girl myself. Or Lindor. There's a lovely chocolate maker on Etsy that I buy chocolates from when I want to treat myself. They're cocktail ones. They have the actual drink in them. And because this lovely lady knows that I'm definitely allergic to gin. She takes out the gin one and gives me double rum. So I get 2 rum. That one does. A lot of people get rid of the rum one or get a box filled with the pink gin one. Yay, an entire box of death. I gave that box to my mum for her birthday once. It is rather delicious, she said. I will never know, obviously. I'm glad Mum likes them.
Racist winning her case by losing it. So this was spaghetti briefcase. Like persona. There was this instant which she has deleted from Twitter. Like, she still has her thing up saying we should make space for the racists, but she deleted this one for embarrassment. So I asked people to find it. Thankfully, thank you very much, Charlotte, who found this. So she said, someone just... I did a whole video about this, but we're recovering it. Someone just threw a Whisper, which in the UK is a chocolate bar, a Whisper chocolate bar into my garden, along with a lemon. I found my dog eating the chocolate, I think, in time to have stopped it from killing him. Good. Chocolate is highly poisonous to dogs. Glad the dog is okay. And then she says, right side of history, my ass. So, you might not know, but the right side of history is a reference to people saying continuously to the gender criticals, you're on the wrong side of history. Because, as we all know, the gender critical movement is just like the homophobe movement part 2, and they are on the wrong side of history in the sense that in 100 years, everyone will look back at this and be like, these people were evil. And that is what people are starting to see now. But she is, by saying this, like, she found a chocolate bar and a lemon in her garden, and she is just straight up saying that this was trans people who did this. And unfortunately we don't have the whole thread, but I can't remember if it was specifically her. I do need to be careful. Please do not sue me for misremembering. Maybe her, maybe not her, but certainly the gender criticals I remember were pointing out how Whisper could also mean we spa. And if you remember, around this time there was the We Spa incident of a spa in the US called WI, where a trans person allegedly was naked in the wrong place. And then also a lemon, which...
She doesn't know that. Someone might have bitten into the Whisper and it brought out a filling. Or gave them severe fucking toothache. We don't know this. They could have just held on to it and found a bin.
I didn't know until around this time that a lemon was like an 80s slur for a lesbian, and they were saying that these were like targeted items. Seems kind of insane. Guess not impossible, but she found a chocolate bar and a lemon in her garden and instantly went to Twitter to accuse trans people of doing it. Like, that's what's important. And then, when was this? 11:42. Then 2:44 p.m. on the same day. So 3 hours later.
No, God damn it. I didn't know that. I was only born in 79, so I would have got that slur. Dyke? But that's old, that's stuck around. That got used as a slur. The ones that get used up here aren't nice. I'm not sure if they're TOS or not. The one for gay men was POOF, and the one for lesbians was called something diver. You probably have heard those ones. I don't like them. Or fairy lights that you put on your Christmas tree was another one for a fairy instead of the other F one. Yeah. No, I would say waste of a chocolate bar personally. I didn't get the lemon one. I didn't know that was a slur for a lesbian. Now I'm still trying to understand how it's a slur for a lesbian. I can't remember any of the slurs for bisexual people. They're probably just as abhorrent. Oh, yeah, fucker. No. I am not raising the right one. That shoulder's been giving me problems all fucking week. All last weekend up to today.
She comes on Twitter and says, this one's still up. The culprit who lobbed a whisper bar and a lemon into my back garden has just knocked to my door to apologise. Nothing nefarious, just neighbouring children being silly. Lesson learned for the both of us. Those tiaras making fun. One word, ribbons. So, what happened here is, some kids threw some rubbish into her garden, and her first response was to accuse trans people of doing it. And not even like 3 hours later, and then she finds out it was just kids in the street. Didn't even think to ask, just the conspiracy mindset you have to believe this, this to be your thing. This is why people were calling you Spaghetti Briefcase. And this is why I think you're the biggest clown. So this thing about ribbons references
This is I can hear it now coming
gender
from my
criticals,
laptop.
including what is her name? Oh man, Marion Miller turned up at someone's workplace and to put some signs up saying that they abuse children or something, and or whatever it was, and I can't remember exactly. I don't think Alison Bailey was involved in this personally, but amongst it, they put up they harassed this person at their workplace, including putting some gender critical branded flags and ribbons and whatever you. And when that person then went to the police and said, these people are harassing me at my workplace, the gender criticals pretended that this person randomly saw a single ribbon tied to a fence somewhere, and then they had a tantrum and called the police. So that's her doing this. But the difference between this and that is, well, one, they turned up at someone's workplace in the night to harass them, which is fucking weird. And two, that actually happened. Whereas in this case, you saw some rubbish in your garden and instantly assumed it was trans people, and it didn't actually happen. So it's constantly nonsense. Anyway, all of this adds up to why, when I saw this stunning headline, I just thought, of course she fucking did. This is on par for her, and I hope that Alison Bailey doesn't go the way of Marion Miller. Marion Miller was like the centerpiece of the gender critical movement. She is where Women Won't Weesh came from. She was one of their main campaigners, the strongest voice, and all of a sudden disappeared out of existence. They stopped talking about her. No one mentioned her anymore. All the newspapers stopped mentioning her. And it was like, where the hell has this person gone? Like, she was like their front person one day, and then the next day she didn't exist. Turned out she had allegedly, I think, I still have to say allegedly at this point, stolen hundreds of thousands of pounds from people, including the gender critical movement, had embezzled a load of money or something along those lines. And they found out about it, and rather than calling her out, because you can't do that in the gender critical movement, if we found out that a trans person had stolen even £100 from other trans people, they would be shredded. They would be eaten alive on the internet, and everyone would hate them forever. Gender criticals can't do that because you can't criticize the hierarchy. You can't cause upset in the ranks. You need to make space for the racists. So they just disappeared her. They had group chats discussing, saying, we need to not talk about this person anymore, and they just didn't. That was it. The media stopped mentioning her. Done. No investigation. End. But I hope Alison Bailey doesn't get disappeared. I hope we are blessed with headlines like this for the rest of time. Alison Bailey sues a restaurant over her gender critical beliefs, but the restaurant say she was smashing up the furniture in the room or something like that. Just incredible. Absolute fucking clown. Anyway, I hope you are blessed to have learned of the magic that is Alison Bailey. And now we've all got to pray that she doesn't sue me for reading out quotes from her, or giving my honest opinion, or reading an article by the Daily Mail. Who knows? She seems to have unlimited funds. If she's suing a vet, then we'll see. But at least it will generate some hilarious moments. And they found out about it, and rather than calling her out, she can't do that in the gender critical movement. If we found out that a trans person has stolen even £100 from other trans people, they would be shredded. They would be eaten alive on the internet, and everyone would hate them forever. Gender criticals can't do that because you can't criticize hierarchy. You can't cause upset in the ranks. You need to make space for the racist. So they just disappeared them. They had group chats discussing, saying, we need to not talk about this person anymore. They just didn't. That's it. The media stopped mentioning that stuff. No investigation. But I hope Alison Bailey doesn't get disappeared. I hope we invest in headlines like this for the rest of the life. Alison Bailey sued a restaurant over her gender critical beliefs, but the restaurant say she was smashing up the furniture in the room. Just incredible. Absolutely fun. Anyway, hope you are blessed to have learned of the magic that is Alison Bailey. And now we've got to pray that she doesn't sue me for reading out quotes from her, or giving my honest opinion, or reading an article by the Daily Mail.
Daily Mail.
Then we'll see. But at least it will generate some hilarious moments.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you. Much appreciated. Right, where is it? Do. Oh, fuck. I forgot I had it set over there. Over here. For Christ's sake. General? Ah, sorry, yeah, hello. Oh no. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, fine.
Kneecap at Glastonbury censored and dubbed. Hello everybody, we're Kneecap. Let's go. Everybody put your hands up right now. We're having a wee party and all is invited. Nothing to talk about that is controversial. Everybody thinks that this is a commercial, but it's not, we believe, in sunscreen. It's very warm. Have you hydrated today? Put your hands up if you're hydrated. Put your hands up if you're hydrated. Put down those flags. Put down those flags. Don't want to see them. This is the BBC. 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 Put your hands up if you love the BBC. BBC. Make sure that you have put on sunscreen today, because it's very hot out there. Yeah.
Oh,
The
John.
biggest robbery in Croke Park since Louth versus Meath in the 2010 Leinster final. 950.
Ah. Okay, back to my watch later list. We shall go. Go. Thanks, John. God, YouTube is slow as fuck. Watch later. I'll use this one. Thank you. We'll go.
I want to share a story. So I'm half Algerian. My granddad was a councillor during the French occupation. I want to share a story. So I'm half Algerian. My granddad was a councillor during the French occupation. He took to the streets. He protested against the lack of rights Algerians faced, and they rewarded him with 2 years in prison. During his time in prison, 2 of his kids died, and when he came out of prison, he had to leave the city that he'd been born in because it wasn't safe for him. But there's a lesson from that decolonisation story in places like Algeria across the world. France made itself a pariah state. The way it attacked the Algerian people, the way it massacred the Algerian people, forced global pressure for it to withdraw after over a century of colonisation. We can win this battle. We have to show that if you are complicit in any way with Israel, we will use our power, our financial, our moral, our community power to stop you, to show you, to vote you out. Whatever way we can, we will win this fight. Because the level of cruelty of this Israeli government is unimaginable. As we heard earlier, they are shooting people on the way to pick up food.
Based. Based.
Shame! How many times can you tell the world a genocide is happening? How many times can you tell the world that children are dying every day, and to have those in power turn a blind eye? How many times can you tell this Labour government that they are complicit in everything that is going on, and still they can manage nothing better than a frowned face and a tutted finger, but still be complicit in every single war crime and action happening in Gaza today.
The Health Secretary has been listening to all of that. Good morning to you. Thank you for being with us.
Hey,
Lots of
it's lickspittle cunt. Awesome.
Let's go.
MPs, unions, disability rights groups are still unhappy with your legislation, even after the changes. Are you going to have to make further concessions?
Well, the bill will go through Parliament and be scrutinised in the usual way. And critically, I think one of the things that's changed this week is not just the package, but also the approach. We're in a much better position now than we were this time last week for a number of reasons, partly because anyone who's watching this morning who's on PIP now has the security of knowing that their position's protected, but crucially...
And that you're going to pull up the ladder behind them. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Wes.
Yay.
In terms of PIP reform, there's a commitment there to work with disabled people, with disability rights organisations to get this right. And
so you could make further concessions if disability...
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Don't care. Go away. Oh, motherfucker. Nah. Nah. You sit there a minute. Where are they? Give me it over here. Remind me, Christ almighty, I forget how many. Bloody. Oh no, there's no more comments. Look! Some mad Scottish woman in the comments. I will read them out, because everyone needs to hear me. Craig McKinley went to Raynham Mark Grammar, so he went to grammar school, at least that's something. He has a BSc, Bachelor of Science, in Zoology and Comparative Physiology. From, sorry Kev, University of Birmingham, Kevsabrummie. He became a chartered accountant and chartered tax accountant and became a major partner at a Kent firm. From 1993 to 2005, he was a UKIP, C word, then joined the Tories. So I'm guessing a Thatcherite Egypt. Piss off, Lord McKinley. Hey Wes, I'm not eating enough as it is, so me losing 50 calories would put me in the danger again like Gideon and IDS done to me. Feck off. Thank you. Rant over. Like I say, everyone's to hear those things.
Rights groups who are now co-producing this review say actually PIP in the future.
Well, there is a review on PIP, and we've got to listen. And I thought what was interesting listening to both Rosie and Lou there in those interviews was a consistent theme, which is about listening, engaging, working in partnership. And I was struck by something Rosie said about
No, just stop. Don't do the fucking thing, right? Listening and engaging is only useful if you change your fucking position, right? If the policy stays the same, but you have got, but you've talked to disabled people, right? If you've talked to them and you're not changing the policy, then what you've done is ignore them.
Yeah, literally.
I want to believe that they're going to work with us, but there was that cynicism about whether that's real or not, and I think there's a lot of trust that needs to be rebuilt.
What she said was, I don't believe them, because I haven't seen any evidence that disabled people have been at the heart of this.
And that's where the rebuilding of trust comes in.
So
So you need to rebuild the foundations of your trust with disabled people in order to fix the foundations of the country.
And like, it's just like, okay, well, the only way that you can salvage this relationship is by fucking it's to get rid of it, scrap it, bin it.
The big concern from a lot of people is that, including Matt, one of our viewers, that you are creating a two-tier system. He says, I still don't understand the logic of applying cuts to future applicants. Is that just so there are fewer people directly affected to protest the cuts?
Yeah, literally, yeah. And fewer complaints, like people...
I still don't understand the logic of applying cuts to future applicants, neither do I. Is that just so there are less people directly affected to protest the cuts? Probably. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. I love what Kev calls him, a faceless little goblin. I said it in the chat. I'm nicking it, and I am. I have nicked it. But I will give credit to Kev for saying it. I am glad I've got my Scottish NHS. Thank you. I cannot remember who our health secretary is. Is it Joanna Robertson? I cannot remember.
People who don't know they're going to be necessarily claiming PIP in 5 years aren't going to be complaining to their MP about this because they don't know. Look, they can't tell the future. So basically, you shut up the people who might make a noise now so that you can sneak this shit through and fuck over everyone else in the future.
Yeah, literally. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that it's someone who is being screwed over by a policy that they don't know they're being screwed over by is much more invisible than somebody who is having their misery compounded by a deliberate act against them.
Yeah. Which is why they almost always, when they raise the retirement age, they don't do it for everyone. They'll say, oh, people born after such and such a date, which makes them like 40. So they're far enough away from retiring that they don't even notice that they're being fucked.
Yep.
Brilliant. Fucking evil bastards. Honestly, Westminster... No, I can't say that. I definitely can't say that. Westminster needs to go away. Is bland enough that I can say it.
How is it fair that there's a two-tier system?
Well, you could say that about a number of other systems, like student finance, for example.
Sure, but I'm asking about...
I'm answering...
Okay, fix that system then. Yeah, fix that. If that's also two-tier, fix it!
It's so much better having Victoria, Derbyshire, and Laura Koonsberg.
Yeah.
Kids, like, fucking West Streeting, like 5 seconds wants to go, well, think about this other issue. No. I asked you about this issue. Shut up, Wesley.
But even so, you can then tackle him on that and to go, okay, maybe bring up with the Department of Education. They've got a two-tier funding system for student loans.
I mean, unfortunately for West Streeting, he is not a member of His Majesty's government, right? So he's in no position to influence all the other things that he thinks are two-tier that are bad, So
no, it's
shit
not,
out of luck.
No, thankfully, he doesn't sit around a table with all of the relevant heads of department every fucking week in Downing Street, where he could inform them of these things. No, he doesn't. He's just some random bloke, apparently, who's never met any politician ever.
Literally, like Joe Biden bit, was just like, who the hell is the President of the United States? I'd like to have a word with him.
Yeah. Honestly, I wish Joe Biden was around to see this. But unfortunately, he's dead, so, I mean, who knows?
The question, which is, when things change and evolve, as you bring in new systems, it does change sometimes from group to group. Student finance being an example, there are other examples too.
My question is, how is that fair?
Well, we've got to make sure the system is sustainable. And so one of the...
Also, if you've been in government now for a year and you've still got a thing that you know is two-tier in education and you haven't fixed it, that's your fuck-up then at this point.
And I love how his position is, well, we've got the two... She says, how can you justify... How is a two-tier system fair? She asks him, how is a two-tier system fair? His response as well, we've got to get the welfare bill under control. He's literally said... Some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. That's his response.
Yeah. 500 fucking votes.
As we've got with the welfare system is even with these changes, in fact even before the changes were made this week, the cost of the welfare bill is growing enormously. There's a real risk to it, both in terms of financial sustainability and democratic support and legitimacy. And so there are three things we've set out to do throughout the process. One is to make sure that people who through no fault of their own genuinely can't work through illness and disability, they get better support, to make sure that those who can work and want to work are supported into work, and thirdly to make sure the system's sustainable. That's been the goal throughout. Those goals I think are supported by everyone. It's about how we make the change. I think that's the debate we're having.
So it could be sustainable but still unfair.
No, I think part of sustainability is making sure that it's fair, making sure that it is affordable, making sure that people get the right help into work.
That's such a good point. You should just be more honest and just say it's only a temporary two-tier system, because eventually the older disabled people will die and then no one will get PIP.
Yeah. Yep.
I am going to carry on. The spite that is running through my veins is going to keep me alive. Mark my words.
Yep.
Look at that fucking face.
Good thing there's an assisted dying bill going through the Commons right now.
Look at that fucking soy face. Looks like pub.
We've got 1 in 10 working age people unemployed in this country at the moment, out of work.
Some of us cannot go back into work with. Fuck off. You can tell. Seriously, a lot of Scottish disabled people, we might be disabled, but my God, we can be heard. If you start pissing us all off, we're going to march or wheel our way down to, I don't know where his office is. I know Caxton House, obviously. That's where the Department of Working Pensions is, by the way, Whitehall. I can't remember what the place is called where Health and Social Care is based. Huh.
It's about PIP. I'm asking about PIP.
And that's a real challenge, sure, but the reason why there's been such a debate like this in the Labour Party is because all of us, ministers, MPs across the board, don't want to be in a position where on a Friday afternoon someone comes to our surgery and says, I'm disabled, and as a result of changes that you've supported, this has impacted on me.
That's what's going to happen, Wes. We hope you get bombarded by all those disabled people that can get to your constituency office, by the way. It's an absolute faff, me trying to get to where the constituency office or any of the places where she holds her surgeries. I need to find out where they are, actually. This is her this is the constituency I'm in, that she covers, essentially. The major part of the population is here in Springburn. Here. But because of the boundary commission, the way the constituency has changed shape. She was originally in the eastern part, but because they extended it, she hasn't moved to where the majority of her constituents are, which is here. She really should, because we're one of the most deprived areas in Glasgow, but probably in Britain, actually, if I think of it. I might email her again and see if you could maybe get your constituency office up here, where the largest number of your constituents live. I wonder what Ilford North is like.
Detrimentally, and for us to be sat there thinking,
wow, I mean, you literally will have that. this will happen to basically all of your MPs, because no matter where you are, you have disabled members, you have disabled people in your constituency, and you are going to fuck them over. Well, yeah, you literally do, yeah. Literally, I make the joke every week. The only honourable member in the chamber is the Right Honourable Jenny, who is the dog of the disabled Lib Dem MP.
Yeah.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Well, that was never supposed to happen. So it's important we get this right. As the Prime Minister,
that's exactly what you're going to have if you have this two-tier system, isn't it?
No, we're working with disabled people to make sure we get this right in terms of.
I just want to be absolutely.
But no one will thank us. Honestly, no one will thank us.
Well, I fucking hate this slimy cunt.
We are with the status.
Oh, God, fucking answer the question, you cunt. Answer it. Just endless deflection. And you know why? Because he knows he's fucking wrong. Right? He knows what he's doing is evil, and he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Quo with an unreformed system that doesn't help people into work, doesn't provide an adequate level of support for people who can't work, and the system goes bust.
Oh, motherfucker. Rejoice, comrades, Sean again is here. Hi, Sean. Oh, you bastard. Give me a second, please. Oh, motherfucker. Okay. Fucking hell. I get a mixture of cramping and nerves misfiring or overfiring because of issues. That was the sharpest pain I've had in a couple of months. Fuck. Oh, I will show you. That is for my bone health. It also helps with the nerves. It tastes like chalk. But until I go back onto my HRT, a patch, like my pain patch, not the pills, because they've been shown to be a major contributor to blood clots. I don't want to go through that again. I'm struggling to breathe. I have 3 blood clots still sitting on my lungs. 2 on one lung and 1 on the other. So my apixaban is dealing with that. Hopefully they're getting broken up. And hopefully they won't move. Because if one of them moves, it goes up into the heart. I really don't want that to happen. Because then at that point, I go into the pulmonary cardiac ward. I'm 46 years old. I'm too young for that shit to happen. Thank you. Fucking bastard. Other than bananas, because I don't like them, if anyone has any recommendations for potassium-rich foods, fire them at me. I'll give a cannon if you wish, because I fucking need it. Oh God, look at the face. Look at the face. Seriously, this man is a monster.
So you make the system worse. You're not going to help any more people into work. This isn't going to help people into work.
And all those new PIP claimants, especially ones who have been recently disabled, who want to stay and work, are going to find it harder to do now because they're not going to get fucking PIP, which doesn't have a work requirement. Again, something that they time again, government ministers, government officials will come on TV and pretend this is about getting people into work.
I guess it's
when
my
PIP has nothing to do with work status.
But those younger people who can't get PIP, I think Wes will be able to introduce them to Kim Ledbetter, the Angel of Death, who has a solution to their problems.
What problems? They're just losing their pocket money, Kev.
No, that is true. That is true. You know, to be fair.
Yeah, it's both such a massive problem that they require assisted dying, but also just a tiny problem. It's basically pocket money.
Yes.
Or the voters say, you know, we're not going to support this anymore, and we're going to vote for someone else who doesn't believe in welfare at all.
Okay.
That's the jeopardy.
I want to be really
clear. Whoa. What about parties that actually do believe in the welfare state?
I'll go back to brushing my hair in a minute. There is parties that believe in a social safety net. People might be going to the left ways, not the right. That's what I've done. I've joined the Green Party, Scottish Greens, separate, but they obviously talk to the other Green parties, and Green Organising. Green Organising? Shit, I can't remember. Sorry, Helena. So, hopefully, lots of us will move to the left. Do you think disabled people would vote for fucking Manfrog? Or the scum? No, we won't. Trust me, we won't. We despise all of them, including you. God, just make it stop, please. Just fucking end me. I'll say again, I'm relatively safe. My benefit is up here. Super hubby, through that wall, he gets extra money because he looks after this. That might be in jeopardy. Delightful. We're struggling as it is. Mind you, that claim's been up and running for a while now. Last year? Yeah, last year. So we've been on universal credit for a year now. I'll need to check with Super Hubby. I'll get back to you on that one. So we might that bit might be protected as well because we are existing claimants. Trust me, I can't speak honestly. Like great lengths usually at times. Shall we continue? Take it away, let's go.
Like, I don't know, the Green Party.
Oh, but no one's going to vote for them, that's fine.
You could support by joining Greens Organised to make them into an eco-socialist, eco-populist party and support Zach Plansky, the leader, by becoming a Green member before the 31st of July.
I didn't agree to this becoming a propaganda stream. I mean, I also don't mind, but I just want to say we didn't pre-discuss this. Yeah, including, of course, you can support Greens Organised, and you can also support Palestine Action until next week.
Got to reform the system, but I accept we've got to do it with people rather than to people.
Right.
We've got to make sure that we get this right because it's too important to get wrong.
The Prime Minister, members of the Cabinet.
If you want to do this with people, name one disabled rights group that's with you.
I'm sorry?
If he wants to do this with people, not to people, can he name one disabled rights activist group that agrees with these changes?
Yes. Can he name a single disabled rights activist group?
Can you name one single disabled person? Apart from that one wanker in the Daily Mail. Did you see that? The member of the House of Lords?
No.
Yeah, he was. Oh God! If someone can find the fucking thing for me, it was in the Daily Mail, and I think it was.
That was the comment I read out earlier on. So it's that wank. So, delightful. Kev finds it, don't worry.
Friday or something. He's I don't know what problem he had, but he had some kind of disability where he'd had to have the lower half of his legs and arms removed and replaced with like false limbs. And he was a member of the House of Lords. I think he'd previously been an MP back in the day. And he was like, he was literally like the worst shit. He was like, if disabled people like me can get on, then everyone can, and you're just being a lazy prick. And I'm like, motherfucker, you get paid £300 a day to turn up. You're a member of the House of Lords. You don't have to do anything. You can just sign in, go for a piss, and leave. And you get £300. You get £50 for breakfast. On top of that. And travelling fees.
Oh, fuck.
I don't know that any other disabled person does get that, do they? I think you might have some advantages that other disabled people don't. You wanker.
You, on this programme this morning, and you've said it previously, the current system...
They're pausing it and bringing it back.
...is not sustainable.
Sorry, £360 a day. Yeah.
The bottom line is you want fewer people in receipt of PIP. Fewer disabled people in receipt of PIP, don't you?
Well, we want to make sure we're getting the line in the right...
The answer is yes.
He knows he's evil. He knows that he's just sentencing people to an early grave, and he's just like, well, how do I spin this?
Yeah, what a fucking ghoul, honestly.
Place in terms of...
So the answer is yes. You want fewer disabled people claiming
We've
PIP.
got, I think, 1,000 more people coming on every day. Like it's not sustainable in its current form.
So yes.
Hang on 1 second.
And unless we...
I told you they fucking say it. I told you they... Again, this complete nonsense deflection, which isn't a real number, that doesn't tell you anything about the state of disability welfare in this country.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Address that issue. We've got to do it in the fair way. We've got to do it in a right way.
Right.
But unless we address that issue...
But you won't say that out loud. That's... Why not?
Well, I just did.
There will be fewer disabled people able to claim PIP in the future.
We've got to, as I literally just said, we've got to make sure that in terms of where we draw the line, where we get it right, that it is sustainable for the longer term.
Okay. So yeah, literally his position is... Again, it's obvious, he's just admitting it. It's penny pinching.
Yep.
Saying, well, the line has to be sustainable financially. Oh, okay, so some disabled people who need the money will not get it because you refuse to tax the fucking rich, right?
Literally.
Some disabled people who need help, who need government support, you are arbitrarily taking away that support or denying them access to that support to ensure that people like Quadrature Capital and Wahid Ali pay less tax than they otherwise would do.
Yes.
Estimated... Oh, can I just ask on the point system, do you think the 4-point system is too strict? Is that an area where you could make concessions?
Well, it's one of the whole PIP system is going to be reviewed by Stephen Timms and working with the Disability Minister, working with disabled people. And as I say, there is a genuine commitment to try and get this right.
You estimated you'd get £5.5 billion worth in savings from the original reforms. The IFS now estimates it will be about £2.5 billion. Was
here
it
we go.
worth?
Hang on 1 second. I found it.
That's a very good point, Monkey Spootum. Yeah, I don't know why no one talks about the fact that people who reach the age of 16 get they change from DLA to PIPs, they would count as a new PIP claim.
Yeah. If I could work, so can the rest of Britain, says amputee peer. Former MP Craig McKinley said yesterday, after receiving benefits, did not have traditional fully disabled issues and should be able to do some work.
But again, this is not a work requirement. He doesn't even understand what PIP is.
Yeah. Fucking wanker. You get £360 a day to turn up at the Lords, £50 for breakfast, all kinds of fucking privileges, and get paid to ask questions, because that's clearly just fucking legal now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, get fucked, mate. Like, I rarely wish ill upon the disabled, but that one particular individual can get wrecked.
For those savings, all this political firestorm?
Well, people will not thank us down the line if
Well, that's
we do
true,
not reform
yes.
the welfare system to make sure it's sustainable and fair. It does.
And he's already on a pension from the state, yeah, because he's a former MP, yeah. Fucking evil.
Come down to that point, and unless you reform the system, I genuinely fear that it won't be there for anyone in the future. There are plenty of people out there.
Fuck off.
Well, with your reassessments, they won't be there in the future anyway, because they would know. No one will actually meet the criteria because they'll be so strict that PIP will functionally not exist anymore.
Yeah.
On the right of British politics, you don't believe in the welfare state, and those are the
Yeah,
products of the
yes,
welfare
you
state.
see them every day looking in the mirror, Wesley. We know. You are the right wing of British politics. Yes, we know.
Myself included, where it put food in the fridge and money in the electric meter when I was growing up. We know it's too important to lose. It's got to do two things. One is to be a genuine safety net and a protection from poverty. But for those people who can also work, it's got to be a springboard back to work, support people into work. Because it's got to be a contributing.
There's no work requirement. How many times I have to say it? Because the journalists never question it. The journalists never question it. It drives me insane. I feel like I'm living in an...
There is no work requirement in PIP. It is not means tested. You cannot means test disability. You need doctors and nurses and physios to actually assess the person who have specialty in this area. In the areas, obviously, because there's a wealth of disability issues. Thousands, probably. PIP claimants do work. I don't work. I can't work. Hopefully he's getting bombarded by emails from his disabled constituents telling him all of this. Fingers crossed. Fucking ghoul.
alternate reality. I feel like I'm in the fucking Twilight Zone.
Yeah. Because it's just accepted. It's the one opinion you're allowed.
And on top of this, right, we do have a part of the welfare bill that looks like it's increasingly unsustainable, the fucking state pension.
Yeah. Oh, no, but we can't touch the triple lock.
It literally is a sacred cow, right, that can never be slain. And so instead we're going to murder some disabled people instead.
Yeah. Rather than just taxing rich bastards.
Yeah, and they'll do both.
Contributory system, and of course there'll be some people who through no fault of their own cannot work through severe illness and disability, and we should protect those people with more generous support, and that's what we're doing. But those who can work should be supported to work, and there's some brilliant things in the bill that enable.
Wait, listen to me. Do you think we choose to be disabled? Do you think we say, well, we're in the room, oh, I hope I have this issue for the rest of my life? Do not say shit like that. Ghouls. Fucking ghouls. You didn't choose to get cancer or develop cancer, did you? Ugh. Disabled people didn't choose to be disabled. Some of us were born like this. Some of us have had accidents and other health issues because there was a fucking pandemic. Oh, God. I will shout louder. I will. The longer this goes on, we're just going to... Can't say that either. Oh. I will go out myself and start digging the fucking trench. Nothing against English people. Obviously, Kev and Helena based. Love them both. We need to get separated from Westminster. To all lovely based individuals who live in England, feel free to come up. We could probably do with the population.
Us to do that,
Absolutely
including the
the
right
right
to
to
trial
try.
work for disabled people.
You and the Cabinet and the Prime Minister, you knew how hard this reform was going to be and that you would have to bring your own MPs along with you. How did you get it so wrong?
Forensically.
I think there'll be plenty of reflection on that. I think that...
What do you think? How?
Well, I think, look, Labour MPs raise concerns in good faith. They raise concerns. Normally we deal with this later in the process because you normally have a vote on the principle of the bill, then you go on to detail. I think the concern...
Exactly, but you're so evil that even the principle was too much.
Oh.
You couldn't even refine the bill. The bill is so monstrous that you couldn't even get it through. And they just passed basically a carte blanche to kill the disabled in the fucking Kim Ledbetter fucking Angel of Death for Death to the Firstborn bill or whatever it's called.
Remember when Renault proudly proclaimed that they had this contract with the Chinese government for like 1 million vans or whatever, and they were like mobile suicide units, right?
Yeah.
Like this is the Kim Ledbetter world, and we're just living in it.
Yeah. Well, look, I, for one, can't wait for the Labour Party's new Keynesian plan of public works projects. Suicide booth in every town.
Let's go!
Were so substantial, and people were concerned that we wouldn't get to a point down the line where the bill was improved, that they took the extraordinary step they did this week with that amendment signed by over 100 Labour MPs.
Okay.
We have to learn from that, and all I'd say...
It was 160, Wes.
Where is it?
In case you missed. I mean, technically that is over 100. He's not completely incorrect, but I do feel he's slightly underselling it.
Yeah.
Whether it's on this or other issues.
It's that bit in Peep Show where Jerry goes to Mark, I owe you over £1,000. £4,000, Jeremy. Exactly. Over £1,000.
Literally.
We're going to make mistakes. We're not perfect. No government's perfect. We're going to make mistakes. The important thing is that when we do make mistakes, that we act to address them and correct them, and that we learn from them, and that's exactly what we'll do in this case.
Let's talk about your brief then. You are absolutely determined to look at the prevention of poor health. One of your policies now is to get supermarkets to essentially sell us more healthy food. Is it the government's job to try and influence what we buy?
Well, perhaps not, but like my fundamental problem is how much is this going to to cost? Because like, if you just made healthy eating affordable, people would choose to eat more healthily, or at least could do so. Whereas it's just ridiculously difficult.
Yeah.
So you know.
Well, the alternative is we end up with the obesity crisis getting worse and worse. It's doubled since the 90s. 1 in 5 kids leave primary school, obese, and the cost to the NHS is £11 billion a year. And
But think of it this way, Wes. The fatter the kid is, the less it'll hurt when the wall collapses on them because of rack. Padding. The skinny kids is going to get crushed. What you want is a fat kid. Come on now.
About
Healthier food is more expensive. Raise wages, raise benefits, don't cut them. 330,000 excess deaths because of Gideon and IDS. Damn it. I so wanted to buy that one. I really did. Gosh. The reason they're obese is because unhealthier food is cheaper and most kids like it. And the parents, who are probably working, don't earn enough to buy healthier food for the household. I was lucky. Mum done quite well for us. She was a nurse and a midwife, so we ate relatively healthy. Don't get me wrong, we still ate crap, obviously, from time to time. God, we had a chip pan. Who remembers chip pans? I'm glad they're a thing of the past now, dear God. And we used to do our chips in lard or dripping, which is basically beef fat. She used to buy 4 blocks of it, and that's how we cooked our chips or our chicken nuggets. I was addicted to onion rings, but technically I still am. Beer batter onion rings. Oh, make healthier food cheaper or raise people's wages up.
But I think people watching do not want to continue to pay higher and higher taxes, paying the price for failure. So what we're doing is actually something that is radically different from the usual approach.
There, I'm there. Let's see who gets this. I will battle this country turning into a make room book. I can't remember the author, fuck. And Logan's Run film, Not Our Brummy Comrade. Make Room was made into a film. If you want to look it up or if you've seen it before, it's called Soylent Green. Yeah. Damn it. That's going to annoy me.
Of government ministers literally dictating what we're selling.
Pause, goddamn you. Make Room, or the film Soylent Green, is a book by Harry Harrison. When was it released? Holy fuck. 66. 13 years before I was born. Oh dear God, it's going to be 60 years old in a year's time. Fucking hell. That's mad. Logan's from the 70s or 80s. I'm a sci-fi nerdy bitch at heart because I love science fiction. Okay. Oh, there it's there. 76, 3 years before I was born. 6.8 out of 10. 58% on Rotten Tomatoes. Christ, I keep on fucking forgetting that. Michael York was the main star. Oh look, there we go. There's, see also, Silent Running. Soylent Green. Zardos. Oh my god. The Omega Man. Mental. Fuck, I keep on forgetting Jenny Agutter was in it as well. Oh hell. Okay, let's go back to the chat. Back to my chat, please. I've got 4 comrades. Hello, beast individuals. Chat, please. There we go. Back to the hospital. Go.
Where we're selling it, how we're marketing it, maybe taxing it. Instead, we're taking approach of working with supermarkets to work with them to improve the nutritional value of the shopping basket. Because, okay,
exactly. All hide under the fat kids. Sorry.
You get to make that joke, apparently.
Well, I do, although I wasn't a fat kid. I was a very skinny kid. I'm a fat adult because of bad life choices.
I mean there's a famous quote by Kate Moss where she said, "No food tastes as good as how being skinny feels," and that is literally the most opposite of reality
that's
thing
bollocks.
ever been said.
If I could, I would live on Guinness and bacon sandwiches, and I'd be perfectly happy to become a fat mess. I wouldn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, you'd get like liver failure instantly.
A massive challenge, but if we reduced our calorie intake by just 50 calories a day, then we can get...
Also, who the fuck... Kate Moss said that. The famous fucking heroine.
My comment from earlier on. But I'll bring it up. Hey, Wes. I'm not eating enough as it is, so me losing 50 calories would put me in the danger again, like Gideon and IDS done to me. Back off. And what supermarkets are going to do that? Pray tell. Their business. Line go up. Must make line go up. Then the ones who do actually do these kind of schemes, the one they wanted to introduce in Australia, fucking hell, that looked terrific. I'm not on enough calories. You're not going to get many supermarkets, and damn few of them. 1 or 2 I can think of. Aldi, possibly. Lidl. Maybe Asda. You can't force us to go to supermarkets or shops that we don't like. With any luck, we fucking rebel. Fucking disgusting.
Abuser.
Yes.
Wants to fucking... Oh, well, that's healthy. I mean, technically it makes you skinny. But that's not the same thing, is it?
Well, so what Frankie Boyle said, that Scotland is the fattest nation in Europe, which makes you wonder what it would be like without all the heroin.
True. Although my favourite Frankie Boyle on that was the people of Scotland were annoyed to find out that the 5 a day pledge was per person and not for the whole nation.
Over 300,000 children out of obesity, 2 million adults.
I mean, that...
I resisted the urge to put a comment in the chat over that one. I was there was there were several going through my head at the time. Just he doesn't mean it. He's just joking, obviously. Making light of this horrific interview, obviously. I despise him. I really do. Fucking despise him. I despise most of the fucking cabinet.
Those are pretty staggering statistics.
If people who are obese reduce their calorie intake by calorie intake of a bottle of Coke, 216 calories, we can halve obesity. So it's a big challenge, but it doesn't...
You will claw my fucking beverage out of my cold, dead hands, you fucking faceless little goblin. Fuck off.
take much movement in the opposite direction.
Sure.
That's how we've ended up in this position, gradually increasing our calorie intake, eating a bit more unhealthily step by step, and we've ended up in this obesity crisis.
Okay, they've already fucked with our iron brew. Don't get me wrong, it still tastes good. It's still obviously good. Still iron brew, but they've already fucked with it. Oh, bars cave to the ship attacks, by the way. I think most people here know that. Yeah, we don't really. I like diluting juice. I like fresh juice as well, but they're more expensive. And I don't just have them for breakfast. There's a lovely spirit called vodka that goes well with fresh orange. Give it a try. Oh my god. Spiritus rectifus with fresh orange. My god, crazy Polish bastards.
And on weight loss drugs, you're looking at the wider rollout of medication like Mounjaro that obviously helps people lose weight. Around 28% of adults in England are estimated to be obese.
Is that the British name for Ozempic? Because they always call it something different here, don't they?
Is your plan that...
No, Kev, Ozempic's Ozempic. Mounjaro's a brand name, so that's a trademarked name. Oh, it gets mentioned. Once I see it, I'll be able to pronounce it.
Eventually, most of them make use of drugs like Wegovy and Mounjaro.
Well, that's the potential, and that's why we're beginning to roll out obesity drugs on the NHS for people who are suffering from severe obesity.
But do you want a wider rollout ultimately?
I think that's where the evidence takes us, and the impact is there, absolutely. But I think that's what combines both of the things we're saying on the public health agenda today, which is we can continue to take the sort of nanny-stated approach of dictating to people the prices, the marketing, or we can work with supermarkets, including those like Sainsbury's and Tesco's that's welcome the approach, and let them decide how to market their products, how to price their products to encourage healthier eating. We can work with people to help them.
I know it's a different thing. It's the UK name for tirzepatide, which I also don't know what that is, but okay.
Yeah. I'm sure that's the name of the actual active component.
I mean, my plan for becoming skinny is just wait until I become fantastically ill, and then you watch the pounds fall off you in hospital. Cancer is very slimming.
Weight down with weight loss jabs, which are, I think, showing encouraging signs of being impactful. If we don't do these things...
Tirzepatide. So Mounjaro brand name, tirzepatide is the actual drug itself. That's the name of the drug, or the medication, if you want to call it that. So I said it in chat. Oh, it'll come up soon.
The National Health Service looks increasingly unsustainable in terms of the demand placed on it.
Okay.
And I don't want the NHS to go bust. So this week, with our 10-year plan on health, we'll be setting out the steps to reform and invest in our National Health Service to get it back on its feet and make it fit for the future.
What makes you think you're going to get another parliament? I hope you don't. You're all bastards. So that'd be the next election, 2029. Oh, that's a good fucking question, actually. So the 4th of July won't be a Thursday in 4 years.
but it's also a 10-year plan for health. How we have a healthier, happier nation with all of us living well for longer in a fairer country.
10-year plan for health. 1 year anniversary of the Labour government approaching this week. Former Cabinet Minister, you just heard her, Louise Haigh, told us your government can't keep lurching from crisis to crisis, her words. How are you going to make sure there isn't another crisis in a month's time?
Well, firstly,
reading the room.
I've learned from mine. I learn every day in government. But I think also, let's remember the things that we've also done in our first year. We've cut NHS waiting lists by 250,000, that they're at lowest levels in 2 years. We've now, with one measure of expanding free school meals to 500,000 children from low-income households, that one measure is lifting 100,000 children out of poverty. Interest rates have fallen 4 times. Wages have grown relative to the cost of living more in the last year of the Labour government than it did in the last...
So why does everyone fucking hate you? If you've done such a great job, why does everyone despise you?
I mean, obviously their comms are shit. It's true, right? Their comms are shit, right? But again, like, a lot of these things are things people look at and go, well, that's good. I'm not sad that it's happened, right? But that doesn't make up for all of the key people that you're immiserating or the genocides you're endorsing.
Good points. If you haven't already, I assume you all have. Please go and follow KF Logan 1875 on Twitch and No Justice MTG on Twitch, same name for YouTube, or at Ploppy111 for Kev on the YouTubes. Go and follow them. They are fucking awesome. And yes, Dylan is correct. We stand Helena.
Yeah. It's like when they'll say, oh, GDP rose by 0.3%. Okay, but I can't feed my fucking children. Like, it doesn't... wow, the stock prices went up today. And my fucking town is, like, crumbling.
14 years of the Conservatives. Now, I'm not pretending everything's fixed.
Sure.
And there'll be lots of people watching this morning who are not...
Is anything fixed? Like, you can't promise me everything, but is there a single thing? Is there a thing you can point to that has significantly improved in your time in office? Other than the electoral chances of the Reform Party, of course, which have just skyrocketed. Honestly, if you're on the old fucking poly market, get on the Reform Party, because there's only one direction that's fucking going.
Not yet feeling the change, and we understand that, and we're as impatient for change as everyone else, but step by step, and bearing in mind the breadth of crises this government inherited, we are beginning to move our country in the right direction.
Understood. Keir Starmer has given an interview to The Observer, I'm sure you've read it, where he admitted mistakes. For example, the gloomy Rose Garden, worse before it gets better speech last summer, appointing Sue Gray, getting emotionally involved in the free clothing scandal, the island of strangers phrase in his immigration speech, not reading properly the island of strangers immigration speech before he delivered it, and obviously the U-turns, winter fuel, the grooming gang inquiry, and now benefit cuts. What sort of leadership is that?
Well, I admire a leader who has the courage and humility to admit that he's not perfect and that his government's made mistakes, and also to take responsibility as well, including taking responsibility for things that I think is a team kind of failures and mistakes as well. All I'd say about Keir Starmer is, beyond the decency of the man, which I think is evident to people.
What? Mate, they were literally cheering, they were chanting fuck Keir Starmer at Glastonbury yesterday.
Every sector of society chants "fuck Keir Starmer,"
To
apart from
whom?
incredibly tedious liberal journalists.
To whom is it obvious that he's a decent man outside of James O'Brien and other fucking lobby journalist wankers? Who?
Literally. But again, they were telling us, they were fucking screaming at us, the lobby journalists, right? Oh, you have to look. He's a decent man. He understands people. He's down to earth, right? Again, the fucking fluffer biographer talking about how he's really is the most down to earth prime minister because because his dad was a fucking tool maker. I'm like, no, the man's a fucking monster.
A good word for you is a hagiographer, by the way.
Yeah, literally, just he's a liar. He pushes people into poverty deliberately. He is fundamentally entirely obsessed with his own image, with his own level of prestige, and by somehow being able to fulfill the dreams of us being a kid, of being Mr. Billy Big Bollocks, of being Prime Minister. That's it. But
his dad was a tool maker! His mum was in the NHS! He loves Ukrainians! The people, obviously, not just a specific subset of Ukrainian men.
I think he's shown real leadership on the world stage, working hard to bridge Europe and America to tackle conflict, sealing trade deals that have literally saved thousands of jobs in this country and offer a pathway to future growth.
I'm going to push that because
reforming our public services and trying to make our country fairer through those
God, the trade deals. I've completely forgotten about them. I am not happy with. They thought they were going to get a decent one from Donald Trump. Fucking idiots. You do not deal with bullies. You do not operate with bullies. I live in perpetual fear of chlorine chicken and hormone beef. It'll be marked clearly, I hope, and we'll just fucking dodge it. I love my Scottish meat. I'll still fucking buy it. Mark my words. Suburban goes and does the shopping, not me. But we both make up the shopping list. We both, well, I mostly do the menu. I choose what goes on the menu. I am not going to eat clean chicken, thank you. Okay, your snack food gets reformulated for the European and British markets. Some of it's alright. I've had Lucky Charms. Very sugary. I've got a sweet tooth. Even though I get killer fucking toothache. Cool.
anti-poverty measures I described, as well as getting our public services.
What anti-poverty measures? What the fuck are you talking about? You've done nothing but increase poverty. You knew from day one, one of the things you could have done straight away, get rid of the two-trial cap. And you didn't. You've kept it, needlessly, for over a year now, and you've got no immediate plan to remove it, apparently.
Hundreds of thousands of kids in poverty. Hundreds of thousands.
Evil
needlessly.
Is
but
turned around.
Not everyone agrees. Have a look at this polling. It's essentially approval ratings a year after the party won.
Oh, forensic! Minus. Oh, Jesus Christ! Look at Blair. Blair was fucking popular, right? Jesus.
I mean, because there's no competition.
Yeah, true. And this was pre-Iraq, so you couldn't say war criminal yet. Yeah. Even Cameron was basically like margin of error for neutral. Minus 54. Oof. Okay.
Power back. A year after Tony Blair was in power, approval ratings plus 34, David Cameron minus 3, Keir Starmer minus 44. Sorry, 54. I'm sorry, 54. Not that short-sighted. How has that happened?
Well, by the Prime Minister's own admission. I think there are things that we haven't got entirely right in government.
So it's because of all his mistakes.
But I think the other thing I'd say...
Oh no! Oh, Wesley.
Natural party of government alert.
Yeah, thankfully the adults are so back in the room. Love it.
Fundamentally, is, you know, you compare the condition of the country when Blair became leader, when Cameron became leader of our country. There were challenges, sure, there were significant challenges. But were there the multiple crises that we came in?
Okay, but that makes it even worse, because if things were so bad that even a relatively minor improvement in the situation would mean you'd be much more popular than you currently are. You had more scope to improve because the situation was so bad, and you haven't improved it, which is why people don't like you, because they voted for change and you didn't.
And even the things that, I'm not saying that there aren't things that haven't got better, right? Things like planning reforms and workers' rights stuff, good, great. I'm not complaining about these things. These are better than they were before. But do those make up for all of the impoverished children of disabled people? No, of course it doesn't.
True. He had done the People's Princess moment during the first year. That's true, but to be fair, he read the room. To use that, you know, oft-used phrase in the modern era. Yeah, he read the room. The Queen didn't. The Queen went, oh, she died, did she, the bitch, and left it. Whereas Blair went, oh, people are actually genuinely upset by this, and took that bull by the horns and ran with it, right?
Yeah.
So that's fine. That's sort of what you want in a Prime Minister, is someone who catches the nation's vibe and equals their energy, you know. Whereas Keir Starmer, and even David Cameron, never did.
No.
Where pretty much every government department had a major crisis that on its own would normally dominate the newspapers, but was just one of the many things we had.
Every challenge, every event that happens, whether it's a terrorist attack or a death of a fucking beloved national icon or whatever, is an opportunity for the Prime Minister to seal themselves as a part of the national furniture, as you know, being the statesman that you need them to be.
Found me again. It was on fire. Oof, lettuce lady, -47. Get ready, Keir. Mad Scottish woman. With kind of quick. Used to be lightning fast, used to be a really good typist. Yeah. These are a nightmare to deal with. They don't work half the time. They swell up mysteriously for fuck knows what reason. And my GP and my endocrinologist has assured me, because I'm this young, they will not put me on water tablets. Water tablets are mostly prescribed to people over 60. So, boomers essentially. My mum is on water tablets, but she's 71. So she is an old lady. My granny was on them. That happens with age. So I don't know what the percentage is. I'll need to ask my sister. That's what I'll need to do. I might text her later on. I don't know what her off duty is. Fuck. And ask her what kind of people get put on Ozempic. And how prescribed as water tablets is to stop water retention, essentially, that's the majority of swelling, essentially. It helps not the lymphatics, the metabolism and blood work better, essentially. Water tablets are fucking huge as well. Ugh. Mum showed me them once. She's been on them for 2 years? 2 years now, I think. Maybe 3. So, fluid retention is an issue when you get older. I would assume most boomers would be on them. Like a good high percentage of them will be on water tablets.
And that's ultimately where you get tested. And Keir Starmer, like with the Stockport thing, could he have come across as giving less of a fuck about that?
Yeah,
Really?
exactly.
Like, he didn't give a shit. He turned up, looked annoyed that people were booing him, and then left and didn't do anything about it, really. Like, and then people started breaking into Greg's. It got weird. Like, you know, I'm not saying the people breaking into Greg's were his fault. I'm just saying he didn't handle it all fantastically, is the point.
GGS.
Yeah.
Because fundamentally he's not a leader.
Spell the name right.
No.
You can't be a leader from the cock chair.
To tackle and challenge. We were elected on a platform of change. Until people start feeling that change, I don't expect the public to give the Prime Minister, me or anyone else a pat on the back for a job well done. I'm not going to be satisfied until I've delivered the change I want to see in the NHS, until people can get a GP appointment conveniently, until those...
I don't think you have the relevant experience, Wes, to be in charge of that department. Ideally, the person who runs health and social care should be someone who worked in the NHS for at least a decade, in my opinion. It's just my opinion. Make my sister make my sister the secretary for health and social care. Should probably be better than Wes. Fuck it, my mum would be better than Wes. We're all medical sciences, essentially. Me, my two sisters, and my mum. So we're all about helping humans, studying how humans get ill, things like that.
Waiting lists are down and waiting times are down to normal levels, until we can be certain that when you dial 999 an ambulance arrives in time. I'm not going to be satisfied until the job's done, and neither will the Prime Minister and neither will the rest of us. All I'd say to people, give change a chance. It's going to take time to turn the country around. We all knew that.
All we are saying is give change a chance. See, if only he could be a bit more like John Lennon. Just, you know, at the end. Thank you to what happened? Something happened. Longshot. Thank you for joining. Welcome to the Kivolution, my friend.
We'll learn from our mistakes, but we'll also report back to you when we are getting things right. And there are plenty of examples of those. Just make sure you don't shout at the telly, because we're not pretending everything's sorted, even as we're reporting back about things like NHS waiting lists.
Don't smile, Wes. The idea of you being happy makes me angry. You're not helping the situation.
And the things that are going right.
I want to ask you about Glastonbury and Bob Villan and Kneecap. Police in Somerset say they are looking at comments made on stage by both bands.
Because apparently the police have nothing better to do. I will just point out the fantastic statistic that the police have failed to solve a single home burglary in nearly half of the districts of the country.
Incredible. Incredible. Although we have found out today that the Met Police are no longer investigating
That is
Kneecap.
true. The Zionists are going to be in fucking meltdown.
Oh my god, it's been such a great week. It's been such a great week for people who enjoy Zionist cope.
True. We should point out that it's the Mo Chara prosecution still goes on. That's ongoing. But in terms of when Kneecap said, was it that they said up Hamas and up Hezbollah. I'm not saying that. Yeah. They said that. That's now been dropped. And the right-wing cope has been delicious. I've enjoyed it enormously. Yeah. Thank you. Hey, hello, Hannah Reloaded. Thank you for raiding in. Everyone go and follow Hannah Reloaded. I'm Kevin Logan.
Hannah Reloaded, raided in. Hannah Reloaded is brilliant. Go and say hi to Hannah. Hello, Hannah. Hello, Hannah readers. I go over and visit sometimes to see how Hannah's doing. Oh God, I can't remember her pronouns. I will probably incorrectly say she, her. Sure, it's she, her. Still haven't figured out how to do that yet, so I can see everyone's pronouns. I'll figure it out, or I'll ask someone to tell me how to do it. She, her. Hello.
A weirdo from the UK. Hello.
Weird.
Are you slicing things? I can hear you slicing.
Oh, it's just magic cards.
Oh, it sounds like you're chopping onions or something. Or a carrot, perhaps. Are you making stew?
I forget there's not a noise gate on the meeting microphone.
Fair enough. Hang on. Are you playing in the background then?
No, it's just flicking cards.
Oh, okay. I'll let you off then.
It's reflex action.
No, well, that's fine. I'll let you be. Anyway, no Justice MTG's here. She's awesome. You should also go and check out the rant she did on Navarra Media the other day. It was exceptional.
Thank you.
The government has strongly condemned chants from Bob Villan, who called for death to the Israeli military during their performance, which...
I think the phrase was death to the IDF. Again, he said that. I'm not saying that. I am not saying death to the IDF. He said it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Broadcast live on the BBC. What did you make of that?
Well, firstly, we're probably giving him what he wants, which was publicity.
Jesus Christ, Wes with a clever thing. Yes. Yeah. You don't give him... If you want them to not be popular and not have their message amplified, don't amplify it. Every time Eve Fartlow is out there going, oh, Kneecap want to kill all Jewish people, you're just making them more popular. Not because people actually want to kill Jewish people, but because you're lying and exposing the music of this group to a much larger audience.
Exactly, and getting them able to tell them their real message, right, rather than the one that you pretend that they're actually saying.
If you're like, Bob Villan is obviously a kind of leftist group. Can you imagine better publicity than the front page of the Daily Mail saying arrest Bob Villan? Like, it's perfect. They couldn't purchase that level of cool.
Yeah, exactly. There are precious few things in this world that get you more clout than understanding than the public knowing that the Daily Mail hate you.
Yeah. Like, you just made them the rizziest fuckers in British music. Bravo.
Secondly, I thought the comments were revolting, and if I think about the war in Ukraine, I mean, no doubt I want Ukraine to win, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be cheering on the deaths of Russians. I don't think anyone wins from that. And here's the other thing.
I don't think you get the NAFO people either, then, do you?
I mean, you've seen the Russophobia coming out of the NAFO types is fucking crazy, right? Because I mean, fundamentally, actually, Wes Streeting is probably closer to correct here than I was expecting him to be, which is, it's true. Like, they're conscripts in fucking Russia, right? There's no, unlike in Israel, there is no get-out clause of go to prison if you don't want to. You just get forced to do it, right? Like, and I don't want them to be at the behest of a government that wants them to do these things, you know?
Yeah.
But then you've got to remember that the vast majority of Israeli society support what they're doing in Gaza.
Yeah.
That want to ethnically cleanse Gaza. And the IDF service members want that as well, right? They're just as evil as the government.
Yeah. Also, Wes, how much money have you taken from pro-Israel sources? That would be interesting to know. The information may exist somewhere. I don't have access to it if it does. Hello there, Mr. DocSource. Is the UK controlled by Israel? IDF/IOF isn't people, it's a fascist military group. Well, the UK isn't necessarily completely controlled by Israel, but the Zionist agent provocateur or agent de control definitely have their fingers in a lot of pies here in the UK. We know that people who are the Middle East editor, for instance, of BBC News, literally worked with the CIA and boasted about working alongside the IDF. Not the IDF, Mossad. We know that the British government have received huge sums of money from pro-Israel lobbyists, including nearly £250,000 given to the current Home Secretary, who is currently designating Palestine Action, a group that you can't say you support, next week, as terrorist. So literally, if you're a part of Palestine Action who painted a private plane, you are as bad as Bin Laden. You can't say you support them. Which suggests that Israel have an overweening influence, shall we say? An unpleasant, uncomfortable, undemocratic influence.
I think I'd say we're talking about what happened on stage. Why don't we talk about, it's not criticism of your questions, by the way, but what's happened in the Middle East this week?
Yeah.
A Palestinian village in the West Bank set on fire in Taipei. I met with the Red Cross and Red Crescent this week about the humanitarian catastrophe that we have.
But not the Red Star of David.
The Red Crescent, hopefully I've got this correct, is the Muslim version of the Red Cross, essentially. So like Arabic, blah, 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 blah. Everyone that lives is the Red Crescent for like Muslim nations. Red Cross for Muslim nations. Essentially, they go all over the place, same as the Red Cross. So it's the Red Crescent. Just wanted to say that. They do good work. So do the Red Cross, obviously, as well. They are down there on the ground, helping look after children. People have been bombed out of their homes, scattered to the four winds in the strip. They're there on the ground, doing good work, feeding children, giving comfort and aid to all the displaced, all the blown up, and the families who have survived to have lost family members to this ongoing genocide. Both of them are doing good work. If you can, donate to the Red Cross or Red Crescent.
You an anti-Semite, Mr. Streeting? You haven't even condemned Hamas in this.
Actually, that's a really good point, Star Spangled Shitlog. It's illegal to say you support.
Hang on a minute, you can't skip past that name. That's beautiful.
It's great, an excellent name. Like apparently you can't say support Palestine Action. Yet our own governments support the Al Qaeda linked leader of Syria. Like.
Yeah, no, he's our friend. Yeah, no, it's fine.
Literally, like they were all cheering for Hayat al-Shams, whatever it was called, right?
We literally know that fucking weaponry that we sold to the Saudi government ended up in the hands of ISIS.
I mean, the Taliban conquered Afghanistan with weapons we sold them, and with fighters that we trained.
Yep. Thankfully, that didn't come back to bite anyone in the arse, though. That was fine. Jesus. What's this? Our friend, how the Israel lobby spent £30,000 on Wes Streeting. Labour's Shadow Health Secretary has a long history of supporting Israel, going back to his days at the head of the NUS, and has been awarded handsomely. He has taken over £20,000 from Israel lobbyists Sir Trevor Chin, Lord Mandelson, and David Menton. Pro-Israel newspaper said Streeting's track record on Israel is clear and called him our friend at the NUS. So, you know, if you're wondering about this lad, the trip was paid for by when he was in the Shadow Cabinet, he visited Israel. The trip was paid for by Labour Friends of Israel and cost £4,700. So that's all perfectly normal. That's fine, yeah. I'm sure. Look, there's no conflict of interest. He's just taken lots of money and lavish holidays by the state of Israel. Fantastic stuff. Good. And it's not like the son of the founder of the Labour Friends of Israel is currently the Speaker of the House of Commons and gets to dictate how that operates or anything. Very normal. And it's not like the current Prime Minister has not only taken loads of money from pro-Israel lobbyists, but also took a phone call from the then President and still President of Israel, Isaac Herzog, minutes before scuppering the SNP's motion to call for a ceasefire in the West Bank and Gaza.
Yeah.
So, you know. But, you know, I'm just being anti-Semitic, clearly.
Yeah, this is your conspiracy theorising here.
Yeah.
Have today the risk of disease spreading over the summer and famine in the autumn. And the irony of that music festival is that Israelis were taken from a music festival, killed, raped, and in some cases are still being held captive.
Okay, but the IDF didn't save anyone from that. In fact, they actually killed many people at the festival themselves. So the idea is like, oh, the juxtaposition of calling for death to the IDF. The IDF murdered loads of fucking people. They Hannibaled them, literally. Mate, listen to yourself.
Yeah.
Just because they decided to do a rave next to Auschwitz.
Whether you are Israeli or Palestinian, whether you are Christian, Jewish or Muslim, all life is precious, and we're not going to solve one of the most...
Really? You're going to talk about the Christian settlement that was burned out by Israelis in the West Bank in the last couple of weeks? Because you mentioned Christians there. I wonder if there are any Christians who want to, pipe up about that. Anyone? No? Okay.
Intractable conflicts on Earth with those sorts of stunts. We're going to have to do it with international pressure, careful diplomacy, and we're doing everything we can to bring an end to this war, condemning Israel's actions and the way it's conducting its war in Gaza, at the same time as demanding the release of hostages and trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Very briefly, if I may, Health Secretary, the Israeli embassy says what happened at Glastonbury raises questions about the glorification of violence. Do you agree?
I think that is a challenge, and that's why I don't think anyone should be cheering it on. I'd also say to the Israeli embassy, get your own house in order. What happened in the West Bank this week
Wesley! What an outbreak of anti-Semitism!
See, like he's pivoting. He's pivoting, chat. This is a man who knows that the leadership election is just round the corner.
Is someone threatened by a pro-Israel candidate at the next general election by any chance, Wesley? To the tune of maybe 500 votes or more. Zippy Artavelli will not be very happy with you, sir. You fucking two-faced little snake bastard.
I will, excuse me. I will just say that Zippy Artavelli is the Israeli ambassador to here. So she's part of the Israeli government. Well, she's an ambassador. So she's wherever the Israeli embassy is in London. She was on Laura the week before. Yeah, last week. Yeah, that's right. She is a vile woman. I do not like her. I'd ping her. That's the a colloquialism for persona non grata or gratis. Persona non grata, which is when the ambassadorial staff and the ambassador they basically get told fuck off, get out of the country now. So I'd ping her, fuck off. So that's whenever you hear me say this person should be pinged, that's what that is.
I'm just saying to the IDF, have you checked for Hamas command control center under his house? Can you be sure that he doesn't have a copy of Mein Kampf in Arabic?
Let's be extra double sure.
Exactly, you got to check.
Israeli settler terrorists needs to not only be condemned, it needs to be acted upon, and Israel cannot continue to look the other way.
Not even stopped, just acted upon. Oh God, even his pivot's bullshit.
Have you ever wondered what's in a creationist textbook? Of course not, but I'm going to tell you anyway. It's very interesting to read a science textbook preaching an ideology that is hinged on denying pretty much every scientific...
Give me a second. Where are you? What later? Fucking hell, I've got 68 in here. Mental.
Have you ever wondered what's in a creationist textbook? Of course not, but I'm going to tell you anyway. It's very interesting to read a science textbook preaching an ideology that is hinged on denying pretty much every scientific discovery ever made. If you want to say the world was created 6,000 years ago by God, you gotta deny fossils. How do they do that? By saying the geologic column can't exist because it exists nowhere in the world. That is, of course, this thing, which of course doesn't just exist somewhere in the world, because how the fuck would all these layers have survived? Each fossil site from around the world preserves just a specific time period, so the geologic column is made by making a chronology out of them. The Grand Canyon? Of course it couldn't have been carved by the Kala River, it was made by the Great Flood. Fucking source? Oh yeah, the source is Science of Physical Creation in the Christian Perspective. That doesn't sound biased to me at all. We got this part, Bible-believing scientists of the past. So here's their list. Do you notice anything interesting here? Pretty much every single one of them lived no later than the 1800s. There is a single one that made it to the 40s. Wow, this guy from the 1600s was a creationist? What a shock that a guy living in the 1600s was a creationist. Science must be a lie. And then we just got weird quotes with no context. The real origin of horses is unknown by an evolutionist. We literally do know this though. We have like all the transitionary fossils. Where is this quote from? What does it mean? Why are you lying to children? This is just the beginning, guys. This book is a joyride. I'm dropping a whole video on this book tonight over on YouTube. Out now, YouTube channel Mini Minuteman. Bring ibuprofen. You're gonna need it.
Right, so when the BBC tried to dodge controversy at Glastonbury by censoring one band and choosing to air another, they might as well have handed that said band Bob Vile.
Right, that's all the ones that I had accrued today. How many people do I have? Still two. Cool. How am I doing? Coming up in 4 hours. Fuck it. Fuck it. Oh god, I'm gonna have to take this off to type. God damn it. You go there. Oh, right, just needs to type mini. No, no. Mini. How long is it? Oh, fuck. It's not say over half an hour.
Creationism. You know it. You love it. Many years ago, in the year of our Lord, 2022, I had a P.O. box open. A place where viewers could send me nice little things that they made, you know, letters, drawings, stuff like that. But every once in a while, a viewer thought that it was the perfect opportunity to send me something to make me suffer. And it was a certain Jay Bergman in August of 2022 who decided it would be a wonderful idea to send me this. The Science of the Physical Creation in the Christian Perspective. It's exactly what it looks like. It's a creationist science textbook, if you can even use those two words in the same sentence. And for almost 3 years, it's been sitting on my shelf, looking at me. There's an evil energy that radiates out of this book, and it's been calling me towards it like the One Ring. So today, ladies and gentlemen, it is, I guess it's not really a great pleasure. It is with my deepest condolences that I must present to you this. Buckle up, fellas. It's gonna be one of those videos. All right, I feel like I probably should address the elephant in the room first, which is, you know, everything. You guys have seen my studio before. It's a little bit rough. As I've talked about, this is a really old house. It was built in like 1880 something. So there's a lot of work to be done, especially.
Oh, Milo. Milo, Milo. 1800s is not old. We've got houses, entire streets actually, that are older than that by a good few hundred years. Sorry. Even your ancestral home, Italy, it has old as balls houses as well. My God, it's still got architecture from the Romans in their cities, like thousands of years ago.
In this formerly beautiful room that's now my studio. So we're actually beginning that restoration process now, and in doing that, this is happening. You know the ceiling? You guys love my ceiling. Well, my ceiling is coming the fuck down. Currently, as I film this, directly off screen here it's actually kind of amazing that this manages to be off screen, but there is about 36 trash bags completely filled with squirrel shit infused rotting fiberglass insulation. So that's really nice, I guess. It's got a certain je ne sais quoi. It's got a certain, I don't know how you say squirrel shit in French.
Merde d'écureuil.
My team and I are working on a really big project right now. No, not Atlantis. I know, I'm working on it. I swear to God, it's every video with you people. Don't worry, Atlantis is coming. When it does, you'll know. You can't miss it, all right? I'll make...
Give me a minute, my comrades. I will be back. Look at how I've paused Milo's space. Sorry, Milo. I didn't do that deliberately, by the way. I will be back. Oh, God. Start raining again. 1 minute.
sure you don't miss it. And if any of you do, I'm going to be livid. But my team and I are working on sort of similar to like the Philip Ziba videos from last year, where we're looking at a particular account and going into it more deep than we ever would want to. But a large part of the account that we're going to be talking about is creationism. So I thought that today would be a great day to rip this bad boy open. I broke out my nice little stand here. Check this out. It's an old lectern I got it at an antique store, and I got this. A cosmic little thing IPA from Sierra Nevada, not sponsored. Though I should probably get a beer sponsorship. That's a kind of a gimme. You may be thinking to yourself, oh, look, Milo, another fucking hipster. He loves his IPAs. No, I actually hate IPAs. But I'm man enough to admit that I'm not drinking an IPA because I like it. I'm drinking it because it's 8% and I have to talk about a creationist textbook. All right, I even have a secondary camera here. Look at that. Big YouTube guy has 2 tripods and 2 cameras. I don't know why I didn't say that. That is actually way more of a... That's not really a flex, I guess. I'm a YouTube guy. What the fuck else would I do with my time and energy? All right, we're live on this little camera. Wow. Oh yeah, that actually looks great. Now you can see the floor that's covered in, you know.
Merde d'écureuil.
Okay. Why don't we have a look at this book? Oh, I forgot. I don't even need to hold it up because I have a secondary camera. I am literally the smartest person probably ever. So a surprising amount of this book is like actual textbook, which kind of threw me for a loop. You know, when I see a book that leads with science of the physical creation in Christian perspective, I kind of assume that there's going to be a lot more creation science woven through it. And don't get me wrong, there is, but there's also a lot of just like general science knowledge, you know? I think the best way to illustrate this is by looking at the table of contents. Here we have, you know, general introduction to the sciences, and then we have our meteorology sections. And within each one of these, there's definitely a lot of, you know, creationism, but there's some things that creationism just doesn't really work with. You know, it'll explain how an El Nino event works, and it's not going to say like the El Nino is created by God. It's just a weather pattern, so they actually explain it in an actual way. So as you won't be surprised, you know, the places that really have the most, you know, creationism in it comes in our chemistry and geology section. Now, I'm not a chemist. In fact, I loathe chemistry so much that I failed it the first time I took it. I am literally the smartest person probably ever. So there is nothing on earth that I want to do less than read about chemistry, and especially read about chemistry from a creationist textbook. So instead, I want to really hone in on probably the juiciest part of this book, which is obviously the natural sciences section, and most specifically, this section right here, chapter 11, on interpreting the fossil record. Within it are 3 different subchapters: history of the earth, the record of the rocks, effects of the flood, lack of transitional forms, evidence against evolution, and the evolution of man, a mistaken belief. So we are in for a real doozy with this one. Okay, real quick also, before we get into this, I want to make one thing very, 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 very abundantly clear here at the beginning of this video. This is not an attack on religion. This is not an attack on Christianity. This is not an attack on faith or God or any of that. TLDR, in case you don't know what creationism is, God love you. I'm unfortunately about to strip that blissful ignorance away from you. Creationism is the idea that the world and all the creatures on it were created in their current form by the Abrahamic God. There's a woodchuck in my yard. Okay, atheists, you say that God didn't create the world and all the creatures on it? Why is there a woodchuck in my yard? Anyway, it's the belief that the world and all of the creatures on it were created in 7 literal days by the Abrahamic God. Oftentimes, creationist beliefs go hand in hand with the denial of many different branches of science. Everything from biology to chemistry, geology, and most of the natural sciences. This is because a general understanding of what we know about all of those fields disproves the fact that the Earth is 6,000 years old. Now, this is where it's very important for me to add that most religious people and most Christians are not creationists. Creationists make up a very small subset of that. You do not have to be a creationist in order to be a Christian, and if you are a Christian, you don't have to be a creationist. You are completely able to accept and understand all of the beauty and science of this world and still be able to believe in a higher power and a creator. So none of this video is an attack on anyone's faith. We are here to talk just about actual science. And that goes for everyone watching this video who doesn't believe in creationism. Don't, for the love of whatever God there may be, turn this into an opportunity to be like, haha, religion bad. It is mega cringe. I don't want to see it. Stop it. Don't do that shit, all right? It's not 2013 anymore. Anyway, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's dive right into this. Chapter 11, Interpreting the Fossil Record with the History of the Earth. It is so hot in here. I also just need to say that. That's another reason we're ripping the goddamn ceiling out, because it is. You guys thought I didn't have my thermometer, did you? You see that? Took it off the wall because I'm like, I'm gonna need that. And then I did. I quick drooled it on you. I quick drooled on you. Pause. Okay, yeah, it's 80 degrees Fahrenheit in here, so that's nice. I love that for most of the year this room is, you know, completely unlivable because it's too cold, and then for the rest of the year it's completely unlivable because it's too hot. Conflicting views of the beginning. That God is the creator of this world is an undeniable truth. Can't argue with that, I guess. If that's your truth, it's a lowercase t truth. It's like, speak your truth, queen. The founders of modern science supported the truth of creation, and the laws and principles of science also affirm it. Nevertheless, many scientists today have rejected creation. Instead, they credit chance, time, and energy with the origin of the universe and all that makes up the physical world. The belief that the universe and all that is in it originated by natural processes over billions of years is referred to as evolution. Contrasted with evolution is the biblical principle of special creation. Instead of relying upon thoughtless chance, time, and energy, special creation depends on a creator, the omnipotent, all-powerful, and omniscient, all-wise God. I'm just saying right now, not to throw shade at the big G up there or anything, but if he was all-wise and all-powerful, why the fuck did he make us eat and breathe through the same tube? That seems like a bit of a design flaw. Unless, I guess we were created in his image, so he also has the design flaw. Maybe that makes me feel a little better, actually. Special creation refers to God's work of calling the universe and all that is in it into existence ex nihilo, out of nothing. This is a really good example between sort of the difference between, you know, scientific consensus and faith. And again, nothing wrong with faith, but here they're trying to imply that somehow thoughtless chance, time, and energy is a worse explanation than Magic Guy went, I don't know, and maybe it's just because I'm not like a religious person, so I'm not steeped in this, but like, isn't that like more of a stretch to try and understand than evolution happening? Call me crazy, I don't know. Theistic evolution is a modified form of evolutionary hypothesis which attempts to reconcile the Bible and evolution. According to this view, God created all living things through a process of evolution. This theory states that God was responsible for the initial creation of life, but then employed the evolutionary process to complete his work. Although some Christians accept this view, most realize that it is not compatible with the biblical record or the established principles of science. I don't know if it's incompatible.
Oh god, these people. Okay. Hi, scientist here. Hello. The fossil record, which Milo will show you. I'm going in blind. I haven't watched this yet, so I don't know how. Milo is good. He'll develop most of the nonsense in this book. Dear God, I can't believe this got taught to children. I believe in evolution, by the way. I believe the fossil record. Come on, trilobites look fucking awesome. Mind you, in saying that, the orthocone, terrifying. Dunkleosteus, holy fuck. Ah, I might show you some of my favourite sea monsters. I miss my book, it's down the road.
Compatible with the Bible because I'm not as well versed in that. Genesis 6:4 and Numbers 13:33. Those are both numbers, yeah. Book of Numbers? That's crazy. I thought that was called the Yellow Pages. But I would also say that I don't think that's necessarily incompatible with the established principles of science. It is a little bit of a God of the gaps, where it's kind of like, because we don't know exactly what the moment was that life was created, you could just say that God did that, and then evolution explains the rest. So if that's where you want to believe in God, sure. That means at least you're not denying evolution, which is quite literally undeniable. I'm sure there's going to be some people who disagree with that. I don't know how they've made it this far, which would be pretty amazing. Thank you for giving this a chance if you've made it this far and, you know, don't believe in evolution. But I promise you, it literally is. Like, we have an extensive fossil record that shows the evolution of organisms. There's that fucking woodchuck again. Oh my god, he's so cute. He's so round. Can I get a photo of him? He's just going to look like kind of a brown ball on the yard. Okay, let's talk a little bit about geology. We must understand.
It's a woodchuck, some sort of little mammal. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck would Wood chop wood. I think it's rodentia. Yeah, I'm sure it's mammal. I only to look up what a wood chop is later on.
Stand and acknowledge that man has been an observer of the Earth's history only since his creation, and that modern science has been studying the Earth for only 400 years or so. Geologists are therefore limited to observing the Earth as it is today. They cannot speak authoritatively about the Earth as it was in the beginning or in ages past. Therefore, science cannot make authoritative statements about the origins of the Earth. This is just not even true. That's just what geologists do. I don't even know how to, it's debunked by the mere existence of modern geology. Another big thing that this book delves into is the classic kind of creationist talking point of complaining about uniformitarianism, which is the idea in geology that the processes we see before us today have always been the same, for the most part, for all of Earth's history. And so we can use the geologic and hydrologic processes we see on Earth today to explain the conditions of the Earth in the past. Creationists don't really like this, because in order for the Earth to have ended up looking like this in just, a handful of thousands of years, processes would have needed to have acted completely differently in the not too distant past. So, yeah, of course these processes take place at different rates in different areas, but no shit. If Mount St. Helens had erupted 1 million years ago, the exact same thing would have happened to the ash that would happen right now. And geologists, would be able to apply what happens in front of us right now to understand that volcanic eruption 1 million years ago. So they would find the compressed rock that is made out of the ash from that volcano that maybe has a canyon through it, and they would know to themselves, this was probably formed rather quickly, because it was volcanic ash, because it works the same way now. While this misunderstanding is obviously goofy, it may kind of seem like it doesn't really matter, because it's like, well, what's the big implication here? Well, here's the big implication here. Totally... Oh, the battery died. Girl, you've been here for fucking 20 minutes. I need you to relax. Oh yeah, baby. Got my 75-foot-long extension cord for a reason. See? This is why God created the 75-foot-long extension cord. Few geologists dispute the strata surrounding the Grand Canyon were laid down by the sea, but many geologists dispute the length of time that was required for the layers to be deposited. They really don't. Or if they do, it's like, within a reasonable geologic time span. They're not disputing it in the same way that these people are disputing it. Uniformitarian geologists believe that the sea may have covered Arizona several times over millions of years, and that the strata were deposited during these inundations. They say that millions of years of subsequent erosion by the Colorado River carved the canyon, but many Bible-believing scientists believe that the Grand Canyon strata were deposited by the worldwide flood described in the Bible, and that the canyon itself was cut quickly by runoff from the flood. So that's why this is important, people, because what the fuck? If all of this sediment was deposited in one event, it would probably be, get this, pretty uniform, because it was one event worth of sediment that was all deposited at once. So you might get some changes, but you're not going to get this layer cake like you do at the Grand Canyon. You know why? Because that same process is happening today. It's called uniformitarianism. So I don't know what this argument is. We have extensive geologic knowledge about the Grand Canyon. It is probably the single most well-studied geologic feature on the entire planet. So pretty much just saying nuh-uh is not going to cut it here. Sorry. After this, it moves to a really great little section.
Excuse me. The Grand Canyon is on my bucket list. Problem. Now that I'm going back onto my HRT, and I'm on this, and one of my other pills, an actual, well, it's a capsule, they're not allowed in. I doubt I'd get in anyway. Super Hubby has no social media presence. He stays off it, essentially. Unlike me, who's pretty much everywhere except the hellscape, obviously. Too many Egypts and fashion it. Carry on, Milo.
Called Bible-believing scientists of the past, to show that, you know, many of the greatest scientists of the past were creationists, and for that matter, were also Bible-believing Christians. They believed that God had supernaturally created all things, each with its own complex structure for its own unique process, or its own unique purpose. I can't read. The thing that I just want to point out is in this gigantic list of all of these scientists, pretty much all of them end by, like, the very early 1900s. There's one that's John A. Fleming in electronics from 1849 to 1945, and as far as I can see, that is the most recent of any of the people on this list. There's ones in here that are from fucking 1570. Johannes Kepler. Are we surprised?
Rejoice, comrades! Fancy Philippe Philip is here. Hi, Philippe. Mwah. Creationist scientist, okay, creationist science book. Do you like Milo? Go give Milo a follow. He is great. He does amazing YouTube essays, videos and stuff. He is a Google debunker. God, I love that word. God. Oh God, these creationists fucking saved me.
Surprised at all that a guy in 1570 was a creationist? It's really funny to be like, see guys, look at all these dudes that were creationists, and then just refer to a time in history where it was the best understanding that we had of the world because we hadn't discovered science yet. It's like, no shit. Wow, Blaise Pascal, you were born in 1623 and died in 1662. Why didn't you believe in evolution? Okay. Chapter 11.2, The Record of the Rocks. So this chapter starts off with giving a definition of what fossils are, which is very helpful, and then it moves to talking about how a fossil is formed. In order for a plant or animal to become a fossil, it must be protected from scavengers and decomposition. Most of the time, this occurs when the organism is quickly buried by waterborne sediments. What do you think they're going to say next? Drumroll, please. Conditions like those we would expect to be present upon the Earth during and immediately following a worldwide flood. Obviously, Christian geologists and uniformitarian geologists have different views about the fossil record. Uniformitarian geologists interpret the fossils of the Earth's crust as evidence of evolution. They believe that the fossil record demonstrates a progression of simple organisms to a more complex organisms over millions of years. Like, that's just exactly what it shows. We literally have hundreds of millions of years of evolution.
Correct. It does. Thank you.
Shown in rock layers, where we can see organisms changing over time. So it's not just like a belief. Like, you look at that, and what the fuck else are you going to explain about it? See, that's another thing I'm noticing here, is they'll kind of, like, invoke the Bible, and then say, you know, scientists believe this dumbass shit, and they don't really explain how the Bible is supposed to explain the thing that they're poo-pooing because it's incompatible with the Bible. Isn't this a fucking textbook? Shouldn't this be explaining shit to me and not just making me be more confused? Here it moves into complaining about the geologic column. The idea that older stone and organisms are found lower and, you know, it gets younger as you go up, for the most part. Obviously, things change and the Earth moves, but that's the general trajectory. The geologic column. Earth's shaky foundation. Holy shit, that's good. We got a graph of the geologic column, and one of the values is called assumed events. These include primitive apes, whales, first modern mammals, giant insects, first reptiles, extinction of trilobites, you know.
Yeah. Unless I did, I was not allowed. Because I was longer.
But we're just fucking guessing. It's like, oh, we have a bunch of rocks all stacked on top of each other where there's trilobites that all look a little bit different throughout time, and then they disappear and there's none here today. Complete conjecture, let's just assume they evolved. Although it is presented as conclusive evidence for evolution, the geologic column crumbles upon closer inspection. The first problems with the geologic column is that the succession of fossils it indicates occurs nowhere in the world. There is not a place on the Earth where you can see the complete geologic column at one time. Oh my god. I can't believe.
You okay, Milo? It hurts, doesn't it? Fucking hell. Luckily, I haven't came up against creationists. There's no many here in Scotland or the UK, I think. There's a few. There's a few. But, oh my god, Sean done a video on it. Fucking years ago. Well, I'll need to put that on my watch later and get to it. Can we save these people, do we think? I'm doubtful. Yeah, 6,000 years old. Fuck off. There's things in this form, well, not this one specifically, just in the human form, that evolved millions of years ago. Millions. And we got them because they were an advantage for us. Yeah. Ugh. All the scientists I know try not to deal with these people. Some of them do, obviously. They've got more patience than I have with them. God.
Believe that they give this to children. I can't believe they give this to children. These are the same people that talk about, they fucking complain about indoctrination, and then they give this to children. Okay, this is a photo of the geologic column. This is what they're talking about. You've seen this image before. It shows life changing through time. That's because this is a fucking diagram depicting life all over the world. This is life on Earth as it evolved and changed throughout time. Nowhere on the fucking planet has all of this, because how the fuck would you get all of this in one place? We know this column because you're pulling from different places all over the planet at different time periods because they're only preserved in different places around the world. I'm crashing out over a book about creationism. So when you find a really good fossil record from a certain area, it's normally only for a certain time span. I just did a video on the La Brea tar pits. You should go check it out. It's like a great window into like a time period of about 10,000 years ago to about 40,000 years ago. That's it. If you go to the La Brea tar pits, you're not going to find a fucking, like, you know, T-Rex in it. It then talks about radiometric dating. It's going to do the classic thing that every pseudoscientist does, where they claim that radiometric dating doesn't work, they claim that radiocarbon dating doesn't work. Pretty much anything that's able to disprove their idea, they're just like, nuh-uh. So, no, bullshit. Radiometric dating does work. Another problem within the geologic column are that fossils are commonly found in the wrong order and apparently undisturbed strata. Either the rocks contain fossils they should not contain, according to the geologic column, or they do not contain the proper sequence of fossils that they should contain. Do you want to give an example of that? Oh, pseudoarchaeology! Holy shit! Yo, this is gonna be sick. Examples of misplaced fossils would include fossil plant remains found in the wrong strata. Oh yeah, I remember that one. Who could forget the fossil plant remains found in the wrong strata? Modern horses found alongside or beneath their ancestors, and trilobites found in later eras. Do we want to know anything about the deposition here? Is this in flowing water? There's all kinds of geologic processes that can move things around. You guys say, old on the bottom, young on the top. Anything in between that is a proof that you're wrong. It's like, no, we well know that things can move. Geology is rocks fucking moving and shit. So yeah, sometimes things can get mixed up. That's not like a 100% law that old is always on the bottom and young is on the top. Among the most interesting anomalies, however, are human fossils, prints, and artifacts found in the wrong strata, because evolutionists believe that modern humans appeared less than 200,000 years ago. These apparent anomalies pose serious problems for the evolutionary timeline. Among these anomalies are human skulls found in seemingly undisturbed ancient rocks. In the 1800s, full human skulls were unearthed and in undisturbed Pleistocene strata in Casanodolo, Italy. That is the Casanodolo skull. It is on the Awful Archaeology Wheel of Pain. I'm not going to go into all these examples because all they're doing is taking little individual discoveries and they're like, see? That was a little bit different than the order that they say it is. Even though every single archaeologist or geologist or paleontologist know that there's going to be a little plus minus, and they actually work to explain those discrepancies instead of using a single discrepancy as an excuse to wave away an entire field of science that is well established. But this is just classic pseudoscience, where they pick one thing where they're like, see, here was a time science was wrong about a thing, or here's a way it's very slightly different in a nuanced way, and therefore, here is your right to wave away all of the science that challenges your worldview. Okay, effects of the flood. We can be sure that the flood occurred as the Bible tells us, but we cannot determine the exact geological effects of the flood upon the earth from reading the scriptural account. Too bad Noah didn't save any of the geologists. Okay, there's a whole bunch of stuff talking about Noah's Ark. Thrilling. The Ark was designed to hold a pair of every kind, not necessarily species, of animal on Earth. Well, that's a dick move. Okay, wow, that's just 4 pages explaining Noah's Ark and saying that it happened because the story of Noah's Ark exists. So that's good enough evidence for me. Geologists recognize that floods and other catastrophes have been part of Earth's history. Geologists understanding that something we see today has been able to happen for all of Earth's history. I don't know, I heard that whatever it is doesn't exist though, so it must be different. Thus far, however, most uniformitarian geologists are not ready to admit to the fact of the Genesis worldwide flood. Admit to the fact. Like, they know, they just don't want to admit it, you know? Oh man, this raises my blood pressure. The very existence of a fossil implies catastrophic burial. This is true because in order for a fossil to form, it must be buried quickly before it decays and its bones are scattered or decomposed. As a rule, conditions conducive to quick burial occur only in catastrophic events such as volcanic eruptions, landslides, mudflows, or floods. Not necessarily. It could also be falling in a river and being covered by sediments. It can be sinking to a bottom of a lake and being covered by sediments. It does not have to be catastrophic, but they are saying this in order to prime the pump to think that the only way fossils are able to form is from one gigantic, you know, like, fucking Michael Bay-ass movie event. Lack of transitional forms. Oh my god. Have you guys seen that clip from, what is it from? Is it Futurama?
Why has no one found the missing link between modern humans and ancient apes?
We did find it. It's called Homo erectus.
No one has found the link between apes and this Homo erectus.
It's called Homo habilis.
Aha! But no one has found the missing link between ape and the so-called Homo habilis.
It's called Australopithecus africanus.
Oh, I've got you now.
Do you not fucking see the general trend line here? The fossil records contain no such progression. If evolution were true, if organisms have
we have all of those ones mentioned. We have all of them. But the Hunterian have them. I'll need to do some research to see if I can actually go and see them. Kelvin Grove, maybe? Natural History Scotland Museum over in Edinburgh. Easy enough to get to. Get a coach. I will do some research and maybe go to a library. Not a library. A museum. Yeah. God, I have to pay to get into the Hunterian. I might need to pay to get into the Hunterian. By the way, that's a museum connected to Glasgow University, so it's in the West End, so it's over there. I can get a bus straight. Oh, well, I can't get a bus straight to the Hunterian. I can get a bus that gets me within... It'd probably be about a 20-minute walk from me. There's a bus that goes along University Avenue. So 2 buses. So I might go to the Hunterian.
gradually changed into other organisms over time, there would be many fossils of intermediate forms, but this is not the case. Oh my god. It's just so sad watching someone try and talk about science when it's not even they don't understand it. I mean, they don't understand it, but they just don't want to understand it. Yet not one transitional fossil has been found. What the fuck do you want a transitional fossil to be? Do you want like a fucking half lizard and then the other half is like that woodchuck in my yard or something like that? Like, what are you expecting from a transitional fossil? I mean, they're not expecting anything. This is just a nuh-uh. Archaeopteryx. I love Archaeopteryx. A fossil bird is a link between reptiles and birds. A closer look at Archaeopteryx, however, reveals that it was evidently a true bird, with completely modern flight, feathers, and hollow bones like most birds today. It did have some unusual features, such as a small breastbone, teeth, an elongated tail, and claws on its wings, but several birds, including some still alive today, share many of these features. So you're saying that this is a fucking transitional fossil? It's literally the thing you're asking for. It's not a true bird. It's an ancient bird that has some characteristics of fucking reptiles that aren't seen in a lot of birds today, because most of them don't have those anymore, because they've changed. What the fuck? Okay. Species versus kind. The biblical kind...
Oh, poor Milo. Oh, God. Oh. I will thank Milo. I'll go and say that I borrowed his video for my stream. God. These people. Save me, please. Just save me from them. There's entire departments in universities and colleges across the globe. Even ones here in Glasgow that study this. God almighty. And I'm with Milo. I know some Christian Scientists, Catholics, and I've asked them about creationists. Said, where are you and these people? And they go, no, just go away. I have my faith. I go to mass. Evangelical as well. I feel for Mario, but he wants to do this. I try to help him, but I can give him reassurance that you're doing a very good job. Like I say, he's got more patience than I would for dealing with these people. I don't know about pain. And yeah, the last time he spun the wheel of pain, he got Atlantis, so the nursery incoming. Yeah, I thought it might have taken them a while to get that video done. Christ, how long's it gone for? I will be there for the live viewing of it, because, dear God, Helen is Spidey, I'm a nerd. So I want to see the one about Atlantis. It'll be a mindfuck. I'll need to make sure that I have drinks for watching it. Every time the Anna Never gets mentioned, take a drink. I will not be drinking this for it because I'll end up with fucking alcohol poisoning.
is usually a broader category than our modern term species. For example, it is likely that the gray wolf, the red wolf, the coyote, the dingo, and the domestic dog, 5 different species, all belong to the same biblical kind, and that they are all trace their lineage to a single pair of canines. Creationists recognize that the origin of new species within a kind does occur. The origin of new species within a kind, however, is not the same thing as changing one kind into another. What?
The word kind is used due to Genesis 7:2, which has the commandments from God to Noah of fuck off, shut up. God, these people. I hope everyone's having fun. You're watching me and Milo lose our minds over this fucking book.
So, hold on. Okay. So, you believe that gray wolves, coyotes, dingoes, and all the different types of domestic dogs came from one canine? Yeah?
That's mad.
And it was through a process called evolution. How the fuck? So if they acknowledge that that's possible to happen, why the fuck Would it be wrong to say that that's always been happening? Oh my fucking god. Okay, you know what? That camera's dead. I'm charging that camera now. Fucking, we're gonna just roll with this. Alright, we're gonna breeze through this last little section because I'm getting real fucking sick of this. The evolution of man, a mistaken belief. I'm gonna just go to the bold thing that's sticking out to me. No missing links in the supposed chain of human evolution have been found. Oh my god. Okay, but they have though. We have a really good chain of the human evolutionary tree. We know how this works. I know I said my whole thing about transitionary species earlier, but as far as the missing link, we found a shit ton of them. Play the fucking Futurama clip again.
Ho-ho! I've got you now.
The alleged transitional forms that evolutionists have proposed over the years can be considered either 100% ape or 100% human. No, you're the one doing that. You're doing that in order to make it seem like a transition can't happen. But you're not going to say that because then you have to talk about how things change, how kinds change. Oh man, Neanderthals. The fossil evidence suggests that these individuals were intelligent, used tools, paint, and fire, and buried or cremated their dead. Thus, there is little doubt that these fossils were 100% human